we are delighted to introduce Bharati, the philosopher of love, with Sudhir Thakkar, Harish Trivedi, in conversation with Mohini Gupta. The session is sponsored by Baithak Baithak TV.
Hello.
Yeah, now it's okay.
Can you still hear me? It should be closer. Yeah, that should be better. ठीक.
तैयारियां करी तैयारियां करी.
We also have Mr. Thakkar, books, Sudhir Thakkar books on stage. If you want it signed, please go to the book festival book shop and you can pick up your copy and get it signed.
Okay, shall we begin? Alright, so good morning everyone and welcome to this session on Bhartrihari, the philosopher of love. I am in conversation with Mr. Sudhir Thakkar and Professor Harish Trivedi, and today we're going to be discussing his latest novel called The Devil Take Love, which is based on Bhartrihari's Sanskrit poems from the Shatakatraya, which is a collection of 3 sections of 100 verses each. And sorry, just a second. Sorry. Yeah, I could use that. Is that better? Let me just hold it up. That should work. Okay. Okay, so I'll start a little bit again. We're going to be discussing we're going to be discussing Sudhir Thakkar's latest book called The Devil Take Love, which is based on Bhartrihari's Sanskrit poems from the Shatakatraya. As the name suggests, it's a collection of 3 sections of 100 verses each, which we're going to be talking about a little later. But as a short introduction, Mr. Sudhir Thakkar is a distinguished psychoanalyst and novelist. He has written 18 books of fiction and 18 books of non-fiction and 5 books of fiction. And he has won many awards, including Germany's Order of Merit. And today, as you know, we're here to discuss his latest novel, The Devil Take Love. Professor Harish Trivedi is a scholar of postcolonial studies and translation studies. He teaches English at Delhi University, has also translated Premchand's biography into English, and has also written a lot on Tagore, which we will also come back to later in the session. Moving on to the book called Devil Take Love actually opens at a day just like this at a literature festival at the King's Court in 7th century Ujjain, where Sudhir Thakkar has really brought alive cosmopolitan India in an ancient time, where we get a glimpse into the poet's mind, into the soul of ancient India, where we celebrate the festival dedicated to the god of love, Kamdev, and we meet kings and court poets and courtesans from 7th century Ujjain. So we're going to go into the book, but before that I'm going to ask Professor Trivedi a more central question. Also, the conversation today is going to be bilingual, so I hope everyone's going to be okay with that. So we're going to keep switching between Hindi and English. So सवाल ये है कि भर्तृहरि आखिर थे कौन? There's a debate that there were many भर्तृहरिस. There's a grammarian. तो क्या वो व्याकरणविद थे जिन्होंने वाक्य पदीय की रचना की, या वो पहली सदी के उज्जैन के राजा थे जो विक्रम बेताल वाले विक्रमादित्य के बड़े भाई थे, या फिर वो महाकवि भर्तृहरि थे जिनके बारे में कक्कर जी ने नॉवल लिखी है? तो आपके हिसाब से हम आज इनके बारे में कितना जानते हैं, और क्या आप क्या बता सकते हैं उनके बारे में?
भर्तृहरि के बारे में हम लोग बहुत कम जानते हैं, और ये सुधीर के लिए बहुत अच्छी बात है क्योंकि अगर ये उपन्यास लिखना चाहते हैं भर्तृहरि के बारे में, fiction writer does not need too much of life in detail. He only needs the essence. He only needs the feel of what he is going to write about. About Bhartrihari, there is not one Bhartrihari, but there are 2 Bhartriharis. Earlier they were thought to be the same person. One was a grammarian and a philosopher. In Sanskrit there is not much of a difference between grammar and philosophy, and he was supposed to be both. And the other one, he was also supposed to be a poet, for some time. But now they have been contradistinguished. Now they believe to be two different persons. And Sudhir's novel is concerned with the poet. And Sudhir, conscious obviously of the controversy about whether there was one Bhartrihari or two Bhartriharis, has devised a very neat trick to get round that one in the novel. He says in the novel that the father of the poet Bhartrihari was a great admirer of the grammarian Bhartrihari, and therefore he named his son after the grammarian. So that's how he conflates the two. As about what we know about the historical Bhartrihari, whether there was a real person or not, Sanskrit is a different universe. Now we think about dates, we think about history, we think about accuracy of detail. In Sanskrit, there are great debates even now which are not entirely settled about when Kalidasa lived and wrote. There are debates about whether Ashughosh came first or Kalidasa came first, who is acknowledging whom. And in Sanskrit, in our literary culture even now till the 20th or 21st century, we do not really put such a premium on accuracy. We feel that feeling is more important. We feel that the general impression is more important. There is the historical truth, there is the truth of legend, and there is the truth of mythology. And in Sanskrit, they are in that ascending order. The historical truth, the factual truth is at the bottom. The truth of legend is above that, and the truth of mythology, I think, absolutely above everything, because one may call it myth, but one believes it to be true. That, I think, is how we look on these things in Sanskrit. And I'm delighted, and I'm sure all of you who read this book will be, that the hazy historical figure of Bhartrihari, the poet, has now been given flesh and blood in this work of fiction by Sudhir.
It's interesting you say that grammarian and philosopher and poet is the same thing in Sanskrit, because you've actually written that the poet would hate a grammarian because a poet doesn't like to, not hate, but doesn't like to be bound by the rules of grammar, basically. But I'm coming back to you and how you discovered Bhartrihari. You said that you heard your father was a reader of Sanskrit poetry and Bhartrihari, and you discovered him at the age of 24 or 25. So what struck you about the poet, and why did it take so long also to write this book?
I don't know why it took so long, but yes, I discovered Bhartrihari actually in Jaipur, because my father was in the Indian Administrative Service at that time, and he had just retired, and he thought he would become the Chief Secretary, but the Chief Minister of that time, I don't know if anyone remembers him, Mohanlal Sukhadia, asked him to favor the Birlas for some kind of electricity. He was chairman of electricity, and he refused, and he was shunted off to some posts, revenues, chairman of revenue or something. So he was a disappointed.
Maybe you could take that one.
I can take it off, yeah. So he was a disappointed man, and he used to look sad, and I once asked him of why he's looking sad. So, and then he quoted a Bhartrihari poem, which is, let me just, if I can find it, yeah. Wise men are consumed by greed, kings are defiled by haughty ways, the people suffer from ignorance, eloquence is withered on my tongue. And then he said, you should read Bhartrihari. He is the only Sanskrit poet with a modern sensibility. So that stayed with me, but it went down. And then suddenly, after 50 years, I'm glad I followed my father's advice and read Bhartrihari, unfortunately, in translation. And what, if coming to Bhartrihari, actually there are three Bhartriharis.
Yeah. There's also the king, isn't there?
One you said is very much so the historical Bhartrihari, who we don't know anything about. We know he lived between 3rd and 7th century, probably in Ujjaini. And then we know the legendary Bhartrihari, and there are three legends about him. The first is, of course, that he was the elder brother of another legendary king, Vikramaditya, and that he could not decide between erotic and spiritual life, and he went into the forest 7 times and came back 7 times. and also that he became the Gorakhnath sector Shaivite. But why did he go away from leaving family life? There are two legends about that also. And those legends are, one is that he heard his wife saying once that she loves him so much that she will die if she lost him. So he said, I must test my wife. So he went into the forest and then sent his servant back with bloody clothes and said a tiger had killed your husband and the blood was of the antelope which he had killed. And the wife saw that and committed suicide. And after that he was so unhappy and completely shattered that he went into the forest. The second legend is I think the more interesting one, from where we'll later on come, where the title also comes from, that Bhartrihari got a mango from Karnataka. Karnataka used to be very famous for mangoes at that time in 7th century, and he gave this mango to his wife, who gave it to her lover, who gave it to his lover, a Ganika, who used to admire Bhartrihari, who came back with the mango and gave it to him. And he recognized the mango and saw where it all came from, and he was so disappointed that he went into this. So that is the legendary Bhartrihari. The third is, you want to maybe the fictional Bhartrihari, so my Bhartrihari. So you're right, I have made him the son of the chief scribe of Jalandhar, who named him after the grammarian Bhartrihari. But Bhartrihari of course says that, like most poets, I dislike grammarians. They are but weeds in the garden of literature. So that he doesn't want to have anything to do with them. He gets education in poetics in Jalandhar, and then he goes to, after his father dies, as a young poet, he wants to make his name, and he goes to Ujjaini. Ujjaini was at that time the greatest city, or perhaps with Varanasi together, one of the greatest cities in the world. In fact, just like New York in America, they call the city Ujjaini. When they used to ask about Ujjaini, they didn't say Ujjaini, they said the Nagar. So it was known as the city. It was very famous for many things. Its 84 Shiva temples, but also its Kamdev temples, and that it was very famous for. And it was also very famous for that Kamdev Mahotsav, which they used to have, the great festival of Kamdev, which I think is what Holi comes from. Holi, I think, is that Kamdev festival. After that, they put the Holika legend, I think, is a later one. So Holi, I think, goes back to that Kamdev temple. And it also had a great university which was famous for astronomy and medical science. They used to say that the first philosophical advance is always announced from Varanasi, and the first astronomical, mathematical advance is announced from Ujjaini. So it was a very, very famous city. And so Bhartrihari comes to the Kamdev festival, where there is also a literary festival, a poetical festival for young poets, and competition, and he wants to enter that, and he enters that. And this is a very interesting poetical festival, because there are two problems to be given. So the first is given is, I think I look at that complete a verse where only the last line is given to you and you have to make the verse. And so the last line which is given in that one is, 100 moons were in the sky. So that is the last line, and what is required is that you complete the verse, and what is required is they bring out the rasa and the speed. So there are many poets, and the first three goes into the final one. So Bhartrihari completes this poem. Remember, 100 moons were in the sky. Ah, if the moon would cease to shine so fair, when we are far apart, my love and I, if he would only come, I should not care, although 100 moons were in the sky. So he wins this with this line and comes into the final. And the final part is that three people that compose a very short verse on what is the essence of poetry. What is the essence, what is the rasa of poetry? Bhartrihari is certainly the first to raise his hand, and this is his small verse. Only a fool waiting to be told suspends judgment. A poem like an arrow has met its mark only when the listener's senses reel as the poem sticks quivering in the heart. So he wins it with that one. So then he flourishes in the court, writes many erotic verses, and also then becomes the court poet. All his evenings are spent at, we call them brothels now, but they were veshas, very high-class brothels, with courtesans deluxe, ganikas, as we would call them, not just courtesan, but courtesan deluxe. And of course, he's very much women like poets, which we know even now. So he has spends all his evenings there. That's all I would say. But then gradually he notices there's a feeling of satiation coming with women's body and with the erotic life. So, and then as he says, I'll just quote a small sentence. By day I had relinquished my pride to fawn in futile servitude at Vikram Sen's court in pursuit of his favor. By night I had roamed the brothels, trading in my reputation as the court poet, prostituting Saraswati's gift for the enjoyment of women's body. So he wants to write different kinds of poems now, as he says, fruits of calmness, not flowers of sensuous chaos. And there's dissatisfaction with court life, just 3 sentences there. The evening soirees at the palace became more and more distasteful, and I hated myself that I needed to dissemble in that boorish company. I smiled, flattered the king, and laughed with others at his witty remarks, which were essentially cruel. Cynicism is wit's twin, and as the men drank and gossiped, there was no virtue in any person that escaped their slander. So he wants to go away, and I won't go into the whole story because it has twists and turns, as it should, the fiction should. So what pulls him back is a woman's love. What so joins him again to the wheel of samsara is a ganika. So that is, I won't go to the end and how it all turns out, but that we'll leave it for. So that is the fictional Bhartrihari, which is in this law.
I should explain that the 3 shatakas from Shataktraya, the first one is called the Niti Shatak, which is about court and worldly life. The second one is Shringar Shatak, which is about erotic desire and love. And the last one is Vairagya Shatak, which is about renunciation and spirituality. So it really follows his life trajectory, because fame and lust were the 2 things that drove him through his life, and he starts realizing the futility of it towards the end. So thank you for those readings, and can I request you to do some Sanskrit readings as well of his poetry before we go into a discussion of the themes in the novel. And so can we
about the 3 shatakas that you have talked about, you know, there is a natural tendency, even though there is not much historical evidence, for us to assume that there is a kind of chronological order to the 3 shatakas. Shatak, of course, is a collection of 100 verses. It's not a century by a cricketer, which is the modern usage. Earlier, it was 1 century is 100 verses by a poet. There are 7 centuries of poets also, Saptashati, and there are 100. In Bhartrihari's case, Sudhir is absolutely right to say that many people consider that he is the first modern voice in Sanskrit poetry. And this is because he has a personal voice. He has an identifiable personal voice and not a collective or classical voice, as for example in Kalidasa or even later writers like Bhavabhuti, who are the greatest, among the greatest writers in Sanskrit. But in Bhartrihari's case, if we say that it begins, the progression begins with the Niti Shatak, which is 100 verses on how to conduct oneself in the right way, moral advice and moral conclusions, that is perhaps how everybody should lead their lives. And then in the second stage, and this is not departing from Niti, it is according to Niti. The middle phase of one's life should be devoted to Shringar. As a grihast, one should follow Kama. One should follow desire, including sexual desire, and fulfill it, and procreate, and that is part of life's purpose. And then there is the third stage of Vanaprastha, of withdrawing and going to a forest, and finally the 4th phase of Sannyasa. And therefore, the Vairagya Shatak is supposed to be the 3rd Shatak. Now, this is the pattern that all of us have in our minds as a kind of default, as a kind of blueprint that we have all grown up with, and trust Sudhir to muck it up. What Sudhir does is, this is the kind of Bhartrihari that I grew up with, when I was a student at the University of Allahabad reading Sanskrit as well as English. And in fact, one of the first articles I ever wrote, a short article, was on Bhartrihari. And another one of the two first articles, if I may put it that way, the other one was on Shakespeare. And I'm still a divided soul. But on Bhartrihari, what Sudhir does, and that's the point of interest. You know, first of all, let me comment on Sudhir has given you the bare bones of the story up to a point, without revealing the ending. We'll come to the ending in a little while, but I think some of the highlights of Sudhir's novel, and he does it extremely well, is how he describes Ujjaini. Ujjaini is the center of the world, so far as all Indians are concerned at that time. It's one of the great cities of the world. He compared it to New York. I think it was Manhattan in Ujjaini.
The mic needs to be close.
Sorry, it's not. Can I hear you? No? Can I fill up it up? Harder. Well,
Yeah.
Is that better? Yeah, right. So Sudhir has called it, right. Sudhir has compared it to New York. Is that okay? Yeah, right. And I will also add that it was not only the Manhattan, Attalika, tall buildings, skyscrapers, according to those times, it was also the Paris of the old world. Both together, the Parisian luxury and decadence, the Kamadeva as well. And Sudhir gets his Ujjaini absolutely right so far as we can make out. Of course, history doesn't help us there very much. It's all imagination. And imaginatively, his Ujjaini is one of the best depictions of that city that I have read. And let me go a step further. I think his Ujjaini is better than Kalidas's Ujjaini. Kalidasa's Ujjaini is described by Megha in Meghaduta, the cloud messenger. And the cloud messenger has to go to Alkapuri from Ramagiri in Madhya Pradesh. But Kalidasa is so fond of Ujjaini that he says, why don't you take a little detour, he says to the cloud. Even though his wife is waiting for the love message, he himself, the Yaksha says, take a little detour, go fly over Ujjaini, the great city. But that is the bird's point of view, that is the cloud's point of view. His point of view is from the street, like a Google map. His point of view is the Ganika quarters, the courtesan's quarters. So his Ujjaini is much richer. Altogether, it also seems to me that his whole book, he cites about 20-25 full shlokas by Bhartrihari and some by others. They stud the book throughout. But apart from that, the narrative style has a coloring that it takes from Sanskrit through osmosis. He may have read Sanskrit only in translation, but he's really soaked it up, it seems to be. And that's again one of the delights of it. I don't know, we'll perhaps get to the ending in a little while. We'll get to the ending of the novel towards the ending. Tell us, Mohini, when we have 10 minutes left.
We'll just reveal the...
Maybe also on biography, what brings life.
Let's read a little bit more about it.
No, I think maybe you'd like to read the Sanskrit of the...
Read the title.
So where does the title come from? So I'll read in the English and Harish will really give the sound to it. It's because Sanskrit is sound. Because poetry, Sanskrit said only should be spoken, not reading poetry. It has to be heard. So the title comes from this small one from Bhartrihari. She who I'm always thinking of has no interest in me. She desires another man whose devotion is for one other than her. And for me, some poor girl pines. Damn it all then, the devil take her and him, the devil take love and also her and me.
Yeah, now for the sound effect. I'll say that in Sanskrit. Yam chintayam sadatam mahisa virakta sapyanya mikshati janam sajatumya santa. That's a poetic translation. The literal translation would be, she whom I desire covets another man. That man desires another woman, and that woman longs for yet another man. Asmat krite tu paritushyati kachiranya. There is a woman who also longs for me. I'm not left alone. There is a woman who asmat krite tu paritushyati kachiranya. And the punchline Dik tam cha matanam cha imam cha mam cha. Damn that woman, damn that man, damn this woman, damn this man, damn Kamadeva who causes all the trouble, the god of love, and damn me. Dik tam cha matanam cha imam cha mam cha.
Thank you.
On behalf of Bharati, thank you.
Let me perhaps also read according to me, the last poem Bhartrihari wrote, not according, as you said, to many scholars who divide it into niti, etc., etc. And maybe you can read that one also. But for this poem, I have to give a small context, which I will do the context. These are the last lines of the book. I stand naked before the long polished copper mirror in our bedroom and see my lined face, my head marked with grey. Age has ripened my flesh that grows softer as the body unhinges itself. My limbs have become feeble, but my craving alone has kept its youth. For so many years, my body has trudged on under the burden of desire that has been my torture and my God. As the body aged, Kama merely shifted his residence to my imagination. I sometimes worried about the effect that my self-chosen exile from the realm of Kama had on my poetry. I worried whether the spirit of Vairagya had so taken over my imagination that my verses were more of a philosopher's than a poet's. Now I know that no one can renounce the life of desire, and anyone who believes he has done so is under the sway of the most obstinate of all illusions which govern human life. The lure of the senses will never let a man go, a fish flailing on their hook. All my learning has been shallow. I carry the same baffled heart from my youth, except that it has now less joy, is more battered. I sit down at my desk and write my last verse. Feeble, blinded, lamed, ears and tail cut off, covered in wounds, pus sores flowing, body crawling with worms, starving, shriveled, neck garlanded with an alms port shroud, a dog will still follow a bitch. Lust swats even those already dead. I do not know if the poem is any good. There's no one I can recite it to. Ananga is not here. Forsaken by my lover as by my life, already a member of the living dead, the memories of my triumphs fallen into life's abyss, my flame gutted out, I marvel at my body's boldness that it can still fear the final blow of death. Like trees on the frail sandbank of a river awaiting the flood, I await death's imminent call.
Right.
The poem.
Yeah. No. Sudhir just said after reciting that last stanza, what he says is the last stanza written by Bhartrihari, that Bhartrihari doesn't know whether anyone would like that. Well, I don't like it. So I don't have it by heart. I'll have to read it out. Vishaya Kana Khanja Shamana Rahita Ucha Vikalo. And those of you who know Hindi, who know any modern Indian language, would be able to make up. People think they don't know Sanskrit, and everybody thinks they know Urdu, and they are wrong in both counts. The Sanskrit is very easy. Krisha is a word used for slimness, for emaciate, somebody emaciated in many languages. Kana is kana, blind of one eye. Khanja is ganja, without hair. That's how simple it is. Krisha, kana, khanja, shravana rahita. Somebody who cannot hear is without hearing. Shravana rahita. Puchha vikalaha. Puchha is pooch. We're describing a dog here. So he's even lost his tail, or his tail is between his legs where one can't see him. So, puchha vikalo. Vrini puya klinnaha. Krimikula shataiya avrit tanuhu. Shudha kshamu jirnaha. Pitharaj kapalal pitagalaha. Shuni manveshwa. Hadamati nihanti eva madanaha. The dog still runs after a bitch. Kamadeva kills those who are already dead.
Lovely, thank you. In fact, like you said, you've described Ujjain so beautifully. You also say that when you're writing a fictional character, you need to have the context right. So I wanted to ask you how you balance that history and fiction, because the journey that you take us on really transports us to Ujjain, but you still manage to sort of, I mean, it is a fictional imagination of Bhartrihari, so.
I think the more imaginary the character, the more the context has to be, has as many facts possible as to, so that it is, that otherwise the character flies and is not grounded. So to have a character which is flying but also grounded, you need the context. So you need, of course, to do a lot of research, and of course some things you add on. Now I'm not quite sure whether the poetry festival really happened in the same way as I describe it there, but it happened somewhere else at the similar time, so I've shifted it to come. So there's something, these kind of shifts you do from here to there. But if you're asking about what else about biographies,
Yeah, I mean, where you got the history from, how much of your Bhartrihari is in this book? And
I think the Bhartrihari is very much in the book through his poems. So my Bhartrihari is only through the poems, because as we said, we don't know about the Bhartrihari at all. He's such a historical ghost. So how the poems brought Bhartrihari alive in me is the one which I've tried then to reproduce in the book.
And I mean, his defining dilemma is the spirituality versus sensuality kind of dilemma, which you really played on. And
yeah, I think this is also the dilemma, while not a dilemma, but what is called the dilemma of modernity, of giving that much importance both to the sensuous, to the calm, as much to the spiritual. And what makes Bhartrihari very interesting is that he also does the same thing. In fact, he says in one of the poems that a wise person has only two things which he should pay attention to: eros, erotic, or the spiritual. He of course puts it in very concrete terms: women's bodies or forest. That is what Bhartrihari says in one of his poems.
And going back to what you were saying about the poet and how Bhartrihari's poetry really has a personal voice, it's interesting because in the book there's a section where your Bhartrihari says that a poet is a good poet only when you put your personal feelings but you make it universal. And in fact he says women poets can't do that, which I was wondering about. So do you think Bhartrihari manages this, and what do you feel about that?
You know, about what Sudhir was just saying about there being just two options in life, either a woman's body or the forest. There is a verse by Bhartrihari which conflates the two. And it's the title. I've just got to know recently, I did not know it before, or else I would have read it before I came here. There is a novel in Hindi also on Bhartrihari, and that is titled Kamini Kaya Kantari, which is a bit of a verse from Sanskrit, from Bhartrihari, which actually it goes fine in Hindi because there's not such a gap. People understand what it is. And it's a short shloka, and it says, Kamini Kaya Kantare Kuch Parvat Durga Me Ma Sanchar Manah Bantha Tatra Vicharanti Taskara. And it means, in the forest, that is the woman's body. That's the metaphor. My heart, do not ever venture into the forest, that is the woman's body, because there you will find mountains hard to climb, and you will find thieves roaming about who will rob you of all your senses. So that's Kamini Kaya Kantari. This duality is there throughout Bhartrihari, so that very often you cannot tell whether a particular verse is from the Shringara Shatak or the Vairagya Shatak. That's the duality. Yeah.
You know, I think this is what makes Bhartrihari so contemporary. What is modernity actually? Is a feeling, awareness of conflict. That we are conflicted, that it's not the same one that we go on that one path, but there are conflicts there are problems on the way, and Bhartrihari is very much of, here is my conflicts right up in the poems.
Yeah, and that way, there are a lot of things which we can still relate to, the moral dilemmas or all these kinds of things. So in fact, about that I want to ask both of you, since you both have written on historical figures, whether popular or less known like Bhartrihari among some people, how do you decide your technique? So there are some people who put, say, a historical figure into the contemporary time. There are some who bring alive an ancient time like you have done in this novel. So what do you think works better to engage a contemporary audience?
Should I go on first? I think if you're asking also generally of biographies,
yes,
and not only fictional ones, of what brings a biography to life, I can give you my take on it. Now, most biographies are from a third-person perspective, which has, I think, inherent limitations. I mean, a film crew filming every moment of a person's life will get the facts of life, but not how the person experiences them. So the first-person perspective, which is the subjective experience of the intimacies, embarrassments, hopes and fears, the small events, these are very, very low in the most biographies which we read. So that is the point of it. So the subject of a historical biography can come through as great in achievements, but not as a person of flesh and blood, as we know from our own inner lives. I would like to quote Mark Twain here. I mean, what is life actually? What brings, not only what brings life, but what is life? So he says, what a wee little part of a person's life are his acts and his words. His real life is led in his head and is known to none but himself. All day long and every day, the mill of his brain is grinding, and his thoughts, which are but the mute articulation of his feelings, not those other things, are his history. His acts and his words are merely the visible thin crust of his world, with its scattered snow summits and its vacant wastes of water, and they are so trifling a part of his bulk, a mere skin enveloping it. The mass of him is hidden. It and its volcanic fires that toss and boil and never rest, night nor day. These are his life, and they are not written and cannot be written. So to me, a biography comes to life only if something of the hidden part of the person is revealed. Not in events, but in the subject's reactions and feelings about the events. And very few biographies capture at least some of this first-person perspective. In literary biographies, I can think of Ellman's Joyce and David Lodge,
James.
H.G. Wells.
Yeah, right.
But also James also,
yeah,
right. And modern, I think Patrick French, Naipaul does that. Some of the comes out. It doesn't have to be written in the first-person perspective, but only the first-person perspective should come out a little. And what I'm reading just now, Charles Allen's biography of young Kipling, I think there also
Yes, of course.
it comes out. So why do we find so many biographies, all those biographies of Gandhi, Nehru, etc., unsatisfactory? At least I do. Or at least because in modern times, the idea of life has changed. So life is not the outer life as much. Yes, it is, but that is the unimportant part of it. But the inner life, and how we do this, explore this unexplored continent. So any biography which gives just a hint, or of this, not a hint, but a little more of that, is to me a successful biography. The others are, yes, I read them maybe for the voyeuristic part of it, of who was Gandhi trying to do, kind of the sexual things, etc. But those are not the interesting part, at least for me.
About biography, there's a new genre that has developed, which is, I suppose, what Sudhir writes in many of his books, biofiction. It's not biography, it's biofiction. And therefore it suits his purpose very well that he writes not only about historical figures, his last book was about Tagore actually, where you are likely to offend everybody, all the Bengalis anyhow, if you put one step wrong. And still, he dared and went into the lion's mouth, and he did a wonderful job. Even in Calcutta, they like it. It's being translated into Bengali.
That's a compliment.
But he's also written biofiction about Vatsyayan, for example, the author of the Kama Sutra. And here too, one of the delights of this book, even more so than in the Vatsyayan biography, are the erotic passages. And in fact, one of the reviewers of this book on Bhartrihari by Sudhir said it was quite a feat for him to have accomplished the depiction sensitively and delicately of erotica in our age of pornography. I think that's one of the great achievements of the book. This is also meant to send you rushing to the bookshop. But one thing that about biography, suppose you write a biofiction about Jawaharlal Nehru, and at the end you say he died in London in Edwina Mountbatten's arms. There will be some trouble. Now similarly, what you do here, it shattered my image of Bhartrihari completely. And I think we should mention perhaps the ending. Now I have as he said, there are 3 Bhartriharis. So I had one Bhartrihari that I grew up with, now I have another one from his novel. What happens in the end? There is no Vairagya. After all the Shringar that he has consumed, there is no Vairagya. He goes to Vairagya, and this is, his first reputation was as a psychoanalyst. He says he went through after satiety, after having fulfilled himself with erotic desire and fulfillment of it, Bhartrihari went through 2 years of sadness. He doesn't call it depression, 2 years of sadness. After that, there's no more Vairagya, no more disenchantment. Actually, one of the last tasks he is given in the novel is to tutor the princes in poetics and how to write poetry, the art of poetry. And the princess is a very lively girl, 13, 14. And at the end, if I will spill the beans,
I'm not sure.
Bhartrihari touches her inappropriately, as we say now under the new rape laws. And on the last pages of the novel, he is fearing that he will be arrested and he might even be put to death. So he denies him Vairagya, and it marks the triumph of erotic desire which will break through however much of a Vairagi you may want to become. And this is again, I think, a psychoanalytical understanding or psychological understanding of human beings. And as I said, there are still 2 endings. One is the legendary mythological ending that I grew up with, in which he says Shiva, Shiva, Shiva. And reciting Shiva, he casts off the human body and goes straight to heaven. And the other, he goes to prison because he has done something with the princess that he should not have. That's the philosophy of love, and 2 takes on it, one traditional and the other very modern and original by Sudhir.
And you have your choice, whichever you want to take.
There are some twists and turns still, so you all should still get the book anyway. But I'm going to move to the audience now. Please identify yourselves, and if there's a particular person you want to address, please point that out. And again, just let's keep it to questions, please. There's a question behind. Can you bring the mic a little closer?
Yeah, now.
In fact, I was relating Bhartrihari to Allama Iqbal, the famous popular food sector, Yireka Digar, Bhartrihari, Nagam Nirmal, we are surrendered the book of eternity where one goes to paradise and he interacts with Bhartri. My question is about why Bhartri is not as well known as Kalidas or some other ancient poets who have written. Plus, one more thing, Sir was talking about, Harishji was talking about the women body. So, my take is different. I look at Bharti as some sort of Sufi kind of thing. When he talks about the celibacy, he is making mockery of those people who are accepting celibacy because he will be rewarded in the heaven. So he says, then you are observing celibacy because you will get a virgin in the paradise. Similar way, those people who are offering namaz or doing some kind of prayer to get a virgin in the paradise. So Sufis generally say, worship God for the sake of love. My question is why Bhartri is not as well known as,
Thank you.
For example, Kalidas, even Shudra.
Well, now he might be, after this novel, he may be better known. If you go ahead and read it, in English I don't think there are any novels about Kalidasa. In the Indian language there are many, many plays and modern narrative reinterpretations, including Ashar Ka Ek Din by Mohan Rakesh. So, but you know, this is a dilemma. This is not only a dilemma, this is one of the ongoing crises of a man's life. It's not only God against women. Women might win that one quite easily in the present times, because faith in God has declined and women have retained in Sanskrit fatal attraction, also in Hollywood. But the question remains: can one renounce the world? Even though one doesn't want to go to God or do moksha, can one tame one's desire as one grows older? Does one get wiser? Can one, if that is wisdom? The questions all the way. We'll have Sudhir again talking about it, but if I may, let me bring in just one more verse from Bhartrihari that I'm very fond of, which is about the philosophy of love and the philosophy of life. He says, Bhoga na bhukta vayameva bhukta. We did not consume, it's we who were consumed. Bhoga na bhukta vayameva bhukta. Tapo na taptam vayameva tapta. We did not scorch desire, we ourselves were scorched. Krishna na jirna vayameva jirna. Our thirst for worldly pleasures did not wither. It is we who withered. And the last line of this verse, Kalo na yato vayameva yata. Time did not pass. It's we ourselves who pass.
That's beautiful.
Now that's the kind of understanding of life that he brings to so many of his verses throughout the three Shatakas. And it seems to me that this does not mean that he was not liable to temptation in this ding-dong of attraction and renunciation throughout his life, but a novelist reinterpreting the life and the works has to go one way or the other. And Sudhir has gone the unconventional way, as I said. Sudhir has gone the harder way. Once I asked him earlier when we were talking about this, he's a wonderful character that he's created, Bhartrihari, in this novel. And towards the end, it seems he doesn't really like him. He sends him to jail.
As a second.
I'm Dr. Kailash Gupta. I don't know whether you remember me, but I was your student 46 years ago in at IIM Ahmedabad. in 1969.
I see.
And after doing my BE Electrical from MNIT, I joined there. And that was the first term. Second month, you were teaching organizational behavior 1. And one of the assignment was to write self-analysis, a term paper, which I have got. So this is a 43-page self-analysis paper, and just, I mean, now I think, oh, just after, engineers don't write, so how I could write 43 pages that time in a month after joining IIM Ahmedabad? Anyway, so, and after 42 years, I completed my PhD from University of North Texas 3 years ago, and currently I am a disaster management partner of this organization, GLF. Okay, my question is, as a psychologist, I want to, after reading, during the first term when I was a student, after reading you told me that there are no feelings in this, and I needed some help. Okay. and I did go to BM Institute in Ahmedabad.
Oh my God.
but they refused to help me. Because they said that I'm not a fit case for them, I'm functioning and they only treat schizophrenics. So maybe I was near that anyway. So my question is, I want to give this to you, and I request you to read and do your psychoanalysis and give me feedback confidentially.
That's a lot for you. Should we? I think we can take it from. Thank you so much. That's very special.
Okay. I think I haven't had that kind of a response ever. 46 years, but I'm so glad that you turned out so well. So, and if I told you at that time to go somewhere, you must excuse me, I was a young psychologist, I didn't know psychoanalysis at all. I thought I knew it. I still think I know it, but I could be still wrong. So you have to excuse me for that one. But thank you very much for it. And feelings, yes, I mean, that I've just said, I mean, feelings, I think emotional life is a very, very important life. I think that is the only life one should have, or we should have, but that is my psychoanalytic predilection. But again, I'm not going to comment on it psychoanalytically. That privately. Yeah. You mean, as a psychoanalyst, I've also learned to charge fees. You mean without fee at all?
Thank you. Okay, we should move on to the next question. Thank you.
Okay.
Do we have?
What are the parallels or differences between the character of Siddharth in Hermann Hesse novel, Siddharth and Bhatrihari?
Siddharth?
By Hermann Hesse.
Sorry.
Hermann Hesse.
Hermann Hesse.
Siddharth.
Could you just describe that a little bit, because I'm not sure.
No, only if they know about it. Otherwise you
Okay,
can skip
yeah,
that.
maybe not. I don't think so.
And that's okay.
Okay, thank you. That's
मैं राजस्थानी का लेखक हूँ देवल, और हरीश जी से एक बात पूछ रहा था। आपने जो अभी जो श्लोक सुनाया, ठीक इसी तरह की मेरे राजस्थानी की ओल्ड राइटिंग्स में भी ऐसा आता है कि नर जाने दिन जाए है, दिन जाने नर जाए। दिन सोचता है, समय सोचता है कि वो जा रहा है, वो ठीक है। आपसे मैं एक बात जानना चाहता हूँ कि उनके जो तीनों शतक हैं, उसमें से आप कौन से शतक को पढ़ने की सिफारिश करेंगे, वैराग्य की या उसकी या उसकी?
देवल जी, ये बिल्कुल सही कहा आपने कि हमारी भाषाओं में संस्कृत का कितना छन कर स्वतः चला आता है, और जिसको हम लोग फोक कहते हैं कि जन साधारण की उक्तियां हैं, वो भी छन के आती है संस्कृत से। कई बार लोग तो संस्कृत में प्रवेश पाता ही रहा है, लेकिन संस्कृत ने भी इतनी व्याप्ति पाई है लोक जीवन में कि बताना बड़ा मुश्किल हो जाता है कि क्या चीज कहां से शुरू हुई। तो आपने जो उदाहरण दिया बिल्कुल सही है, उसी प्रकार की बात है। जहां तक 3 शतकों की बात है, मैं उसके कई जवाब हो सकते हैं। एक ये है कि अभी तो मैं जवान हूं तो श्रृंगार शतक सबसे अच्छा है। एक और है कि अब कब तक जवान रहूंगा तो वैराग्य शतक की ओर बढ़ना चाहिए। और तीसरा ये है कि नीति शतक भी बुरा नहीं है। तो मैं चाहता हूँ, what I really like all of you to do is to read this book and let this be the gateway for you to discover for yourselves this great Sanskrit poet, this unique Sanskrit poet, who is available in Hindi translation, in English translation, and I'm sure in translation into many European languages. Pick your translation. This Bhartrihari is the third Bhartrihari. There are two other Bhartriharis before, and if this session rouses your interest in any versions of the Bhartrihari, beginning of course with this one, let me remind you, it's very erotic.
I think we'll have to wrap up.
And Harish is not getting any commission at all.
No, only the joy of reading it.
Thank you so much, Sudhirji, for introducing us to this fascinating character. I'm sure we've all gone back a little more knowledgeable about this today, and I really hope that you all will pick up the book and make your own interpretation of it. Thank you.
We wish to thank our speakers, Sudhir Thakkar, Harish Trivedi, and Mohini Gupta ji for this session, and also Dainik Bhaskar Bhasha series for sponsoring this session. We begin our next session at 11:10. A quick few house rules. Keep your phone on silent mode, please, and still you need to use it. Please go outside the venue so that we do not disturb the session. Do not litter. There are waste paper baskets all over the venue. Please use them and let's keep the venue clean. Please do not leave your bags unattended. It will be difficult for us to look after any of it. Festival merchandise is available online and at the festival shop near Charbagh. Brochures are also on sale and you can get them at information desk. There are lots and lots of goodies up for grabs. So please tweet using ZJLF. The more you tweet, the more points you get. And end of each day, we have 10 top tweeters. So please tweet ZJLF or tag at ZJaipurLitFest. Coming up next at Baithak is McCullen. We start at 11:10. The other sessions, fast-speaking writers at Charbagh, selfie at Rajnigandha Silver Pearls front lawn. The night of 25th June, the emergency at Google Mughal tent. Readings, identities at Mahindra Humanities Center, Darbar Hall. Mirror World at Fort Samvad.
ये ऑन रहेगा, मैं ऑन कर दूँ। नहीं नहीं, मैं ऑलरेडी ऑन कर इसको
मैं हटा रहा हूँ।
हेलो, चेक चेक।
We do have a bookstore here at the festival, so please do get your copies if you want them signed by the authors after the session. We've got Don McCullin and William Dalrymple's books at the bookstore. Get your copies before the session and you can get them signed by the authors themselves. Right outside at the book signing area.
The Jaipur Literature Festival is the world's largest free festival of its kind. With daily interactive sessions, lively debate and dialogue, and international music performances every night, it's no wonder the festival attracts nearly 270,000 visitors a year. Since its inception in 2008, JLF has gone international with festivals along the banks of the London Thames and across the pond in Boulder, Colorado. Jaipur Book Mart is an international B2B event for the publishing industry. It runs parallel with the Z Jaipur Literature Festival. Teamwork also promotes the best in Indian theatre through the Mahindra Excellence in Theatre Awards, the only national platform that celebrates all the aspects of the craft from across India. The Going Solo International Theatre Festival is the first of its kind in India, bringing together award-winning single-actor performances from across the globe. While international touring productions such as Bollywood Extravaganza and Bollywood Love Story, a musical, have sold out shows across Europe, Egypt and Russia. Sounds of Freedom, the name says it all. A musical celebration of freedom of expression through workshops and outreach programs, Sounds of Freedom culminates in a live concert broadcast on television and online. The Sacred celebrates the spiritual through music, movement and poetry. Teamwork Arts also produces numerous international festivals. These festivals showcase the best that Indian arts and culture has to offer. Teamwork's major nationwide festival is Delhi Live, a weekend carnival in the nation's capital.
Teamwork Arts and Capital Jazz present the Jazz Utsav. This is the definitive jazz festival featuring the best of talent from India and abroad.
For the young and the young at heart, the Ishara International Puppet Theatre Festival brings local and international performances to audiences across several Indian cities. While the multi-city Kahani Festival features interactive storytelling sessions and workshops championing the power of imagination. Teamwork Arts, celebrating the arts. For more information, visit www.teamworkarts.com or follow us on Facebook and Twitter. The Jaipur Literature Festival is the world's largest free festival of its kind. With daily interactive sessions, lively debate and dialogue, and international music performances every night, it's no wonder the festival attracts nearly 270,000 visitors a year. Since its inception in 2008, JLF has gone international with festivals along the banks of the London Thames and across the pond in Boulder, Colorado. Jaipur Bookmark is an international B2B event for the publishing industry. It runs parallel with the Z Jaipur Literature Festival. Teamwork also promotes the best in Indian theatre through the Mahindra Excellence in Theatre Awards, the only national platform that celebrates all the aspects of the craft from across India. The Going Solo International Theatre Festival is the first of its kind in India, bringing together award-winning single-actor performances from across the globe. While international touring productions such as Bollywood Extravaganza and Bollywood Love Story, a musical, have sold out shows across Europe, Egypt and Russia. Sounds of Freedom, the name says it all. A musical celebration of freedom of expression through workshops and outreach programs, Sounds of Freedom culminates in a live concert broadcast on television and online. The sacred celebrates the spiritual through music, movement and poetry. Teamwork Arts also produces numerous international festivals. These festivals showcase the best that Indian arts and culture has to offer. Teamwork's major nationwide festival is Delhi Live, a weekend carnival in the nation's capital. Teamwork Arts.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to just tell you a few house rules. Can we please keep our phone on silent? And in case we still need to talk urgently, please leave the venue and go outside and talk. In that case, in that way, we do not disturb the session and our speakers. Please don't leave your bags unattended. We will not be responsible for it. Please look after your things. And also, please do not litter. Let's all keep the festival clean. And we have 3 exits here. One is the place where you came in from the entrance, and we have 2 more exits. As you go outside on your left after Google Tent, there is an emergency exit there, which takes you to Sangram Colony, and the other exit is by the lunch area, the delegates' lunch area. If you go through that, there is another exit. In case of an emergency, we could use these 2 exits as well. would request you, no flash photography allowed here. We can all take pictures and selfies and post it. Please, no flash photography. Once again, please do keep your phones in silent mode. Thank you very much. We'll start the next session in about 5 minutes. The authors are on their way. Festival merchandise is available online and at the festival shop near Charbagh. So please go and get yourself some. Brochures are also on sale and they're at the information desk. Please tweet using ZJLF. There are lots and lots of goodies up for grabs. The more you tweet, the more points you get. So please tweet ZJLF. End of every day we have top 10 tweeters getting prizes.
When I was 15 years old, my school library invested in a book which they put up in the kind of new acquisitions shelf as you walked into the library, called Hearts of Darkness by a photographer called Don McCullin. And the book could have been tailor-made for an adolescent boy. It was a book full of the most exciting pictures I'd ever seen. I was an amateur photographer, just learnt to develop my own pictures with splashing fixer and developer all over myself in the darkroom and pushing Alpha FP4 film and doing all that stuff. And this book was extraordinary because it, in a single hardback book, crystallized the great conflicts of the 60s and 70s and seemed to contain all the tragedy, all the horror, all the excitement, all the aggression of the previous 20 years. Finally met Don 20 years later when I was writing a book called From Holy Mountain in the same village as Don, 100 yards from his house. I used to walk past his house every day. And you'd already sort of begun sort of archiving and doing nature photography, doing landscape photography. Don had already left, in a sense, the war photography period behind you. And I remember longing to ask him all this stuff. Anyway, so now my opportunity has come now. It's very exciting to be on a stage with one of one's childhood heroes. We have, I think, images here. Can we put up Are they coming up yet? Technicians, can we have some technicians? Some help, please. We need Don's photographs.
Have we got a technician somewhere? Here we go. So is this the right one to start with? We have the tramp from...
Okay.
Yeah? Is that the first? Or
no, it wasn't, but never mind.
Can we go to the first one of the photographs, please, which is some... No, we've got a picture, we've got the wrong one though. We want the first picture, which is some youths in a burnt out house. Can we get number one rather than just random pictures from the order?
No, so we're in trouble. Let's just probably go for it.
Is it on this? Is it on the? Is it controlled from here? So can we go back to the first picture of the? There we are. Done. There we go. We're on. Done.
Okay.
So we've got the cover picture. There we are.
That's it.
So Don, you grew up in working class London during the Blitz. You were a war child yourself.
Yes, I was 5 years of age when the bomb started raining down on my tenement neighborhood, and it was quite frightening, really. I mean, 5 years, you're still a baby, really. And so my mother promptly sent me off to the countryside where I live today in Somerset.
But do you actually have, can you remember bombs going off? Can you remember the sound of breaking glass? And
I could. I mean, it was quite exciting. You know, the German bombers would drop tinfoil to confuse radar and all kinds of other things. And at the same time, I was crammed in an air raid shelter, which was built very quickly in the back of people's gardens. And living in a tenement block, I shared it with, 4 other families. I don't know how we all got in, but it was, and we would sit, and we had a common kind of goal. We wanted to stay alive, really. So we somehow were much more tender to each other. That's through the eyes of my childhood, and my mother and the other people upstairs would have had, when you live in a tenement slum, you would have differences, but they were all cast aside during this moment of great fear. So it was a good way for me to start, really, because I wasn't to know that at the age of 5 I would go to many, many wars for the last 50 years that I have done.
And you described once picking up pieces of shrapnel on your way to school. And
well, I used to go to a little primary school, and when we got there in the morning, we would see all the exploded shells which would have been rained up towards the enemy aircraft, the German bombers, which would then fall down, and we would pick up various chunks of this stuff. It was horrible stuff. You wouldn't want to be hit by it. So we'd go to school, and it would be like showing each other kind of postcards or something, cigarette cards. So
you used to have, did you form a collection? Did you used to have?
Yeah, we used to have a collection. It all looked very prehistoric because it was mangled metal that was meant to destroy it. So it was a bizarre thing looking back on it, really. But it took our minds off of the dangers.
But this landscape of the bombed out, which bit of London are we talking?
Well, this is where I lived in North London, and this was the house at the bottom of my street where I lived. So it gives you an idea, the slum side of life. And so one Sunday, by this stage I'm 20 years of age, and I've done my military service, which I didn't want to do because I didn't want them cutting my hair off. And I brought a camera back from the Royal Air Force. I was in the war in Kenya for several months, and then one Sunday morning, as you can see, these boys are extraordinarily well dressed for people who eventually, a couple of people in this picture, went to prison for armed robbery. So
and this is a gang?
There's a gang of boys. They called themselves the governors, which means people who governed the area. And it was rather pretentious and arrogant, but then one Sunday night, when I wasn't there, I was with my fiancée, another gang came. You see, in the 60s in England, it was very tribal. You wouldn't go to their area, they wouldn't come to you. It was almost like being in Africa. So they came...
Or Afghanistan.
Yes, yeah. Afghanistan. A gang of boys came to this area where this building was. The policeman tried to step in and stop this gang about to attack each other, and a member from the other side stabbed the policeman in the back, and he died there and then on the bottom of the street. And the man who did it was eventually hung in the prison, which was quite close to where I lived also. So my life really basically, as the actual, the footprint of it started on a theme of violence, really.
And you took this to the Observer yourself? You took the photograph and you brought it to the newspaper?
Well, I went to the Observer through other people's advice, because I never read the Observer newspaper, not where district we came from. And the editor said, did you take this and will you do more? And I was actually arrested by the police one night, because they said they saw me with this rather good camera, and they said, where did you get that camera? We have a report of a stolen camera in the area. It was nonsense, really, but the police where I lived, they never endeared themselves to us at all. We hated them, really. And they was always smacking us around. So it was a really big struggle at the beginning of my life, but it was not a struggle compared with the things I eventually saw covering all the great wars of the world.
And from East London, next stop as a photographer, I mean, you went to Berlin deliberately to photograph the wall going up?
I went to Berlin in 1961. I was sitting in a cafe in Paris. I saw a very famous photograph of an East German soldier jumping the barbed wire with all his helmet and his Kalashnikov and his boots. And I was looking over some guy's shoulder in this cafe floor in Paris. And I said to my young wife at the time, would you mind if I went to Berlin? Because we didn't have any money. I knew I had £70 in the bank, and by the time I worked it out, bought the air ticket and arrived at Tempelhof Airport, which, by the way, was Hitler's airport. I don't know what made me do this. It was something inside me saying, you've got to do this. I went to the Observer and they said, we're not interested. And I said, okay, well, I'm going anyway. So. And
I mean, we all know now about the building of the Berlin Wall, but this was something new. Was it on the front pages yet, or was it was international?
No, it was certainly edging its way to I mean, we're looking at a possibility of the Third World War here. So it was developing into a massive.
And what date is this, 1950?
1961.
61.
So there I am in Friedrichstraße. This is Friedrichstraße where I particularly like this elegant-looking German woman that's walking down the road. It's not the machine gun that I'm interested in. I'm looking at the way this woman's dressed in almost a 40s-looking kind of Dior style. But you know, I came back from Berlin, and the Observer gave me a contract for 15 guineas a week, which is slightly Dickensian, but it basically amounts to £20 or 2,000 rupees in today's money, I think.
Which wasn't bad money.
Well, I was married, remember. I mean, 20 quid a week, you know, and I was still living in the same slum tenement that, you know, I lived in as a child. We had 2 rooms at the top. So, you know, life had, the struggle of life was still on an onward going situation for me. So I had to learn. By the way, I was never really a photographer. I had to learn about photography, and it was later known as photojournalism, which is quite fancy, really, because I was a boy.
In a sense, your generation invented it.
Well, I suppose people. No, I think Life magazine invented it, really. But I had to adjust.
All those pictures of Capa in the Spanish Civil War, or that would be stuff.
Well, I wanted to inherit Capa's laurels because he died in Indochina in 1954. He stepped on a landmine, and you know, one of the most famous photographers in the world suddenly went up in a puff of smoke, and I thought there's a vacancy there. And it sounds rather kind of mercenary, but you know, I moved into a mercenary world, and it was, you know, dog eat dog. So on the other hand, without being, you know, big-headed or slick, I wanted to retain an emotional kind of moral attitude about what I was doing. I didn't want people wagging the finger at me and saying, you know, you're a mercenary, you're taking money, photographing war. By the way, I only ever took my money, which was paid to me through newspapers, as I was a member of the National Union of Journalists. So I never got any extra money than the guy who stood outside number 10 Downing Street in London doing the ministerial thing. So, you know,
But your first war as such was Cyprus, huh? The Cyprus Civil War?
I went to the office and the editor said, would you consider going to Cyprus? Well, I was actually stationed near the city of Limassol in Cyprus. And by the way, these photographs you're looking at now are the pictures I did in between wars. This is in 1963. I wanted to show that England was not a nation of richness and, you know, wealth. Because many times when I've been to countries like this and Africa and places, and in conversation with normal people saying, oh, well, there's a lot of poverty in England, they'd never believe you. And this was taken in West Hartlepool in County Durham. I slept in my car one night, and when I woke up, my legs were, I thought I was sleeping on Everest, my legs were dead. It was so cold, and then I saw this foundry, this steel foundry.
It's such a famous photograph. I honestly didn't know you'd taken it. It's an iconic photograph now.
Well, it has a nasty ring about it, this photograph. And before the man came into the photograph, I thought I could be looking at a place called Birkenau, which is the crematorium where millions of Jewish people were killed. So my mind was constantly matching history and things I'd seen visually, because this whole conference is about literature here. And so I'm slightly the intruder in all this, but I'm still telling stories.
We made a special exception for you and Steve McCurry. So.
And I particularly like walking the streets of cities, which my poor old feet won't handle these days. But whenever I walk, this is, by the way, near the East Aldgate, which is near Liverpool Street Station, there are vagrants.
We know it probably from the Monopoly Board.
Sorry?
We know it from the Monopoly Board. East Aldgate was the lowest value.
So anyway, I call this man Neptune because he looks like the Roman sea god under the sea. He's got this wonderful, he's a very handsome Irishman with these wonderful blue eyes, but he was mentally handicapped really. He was a lost soul, and he was sleeping by a fire at night. So if I don't bring the emotion into my thinking and my imagery, I'm failing what I'm trying to express really. And of course, there's one thing about England, you can always count upon the eccentrics and the loonies. You'll find one in every street corner, and they never fail to please you. This man used to collect money for children, and the moment I took this photograph, he said, I'll go and get some other animals, and the cat pounced on one of the mice and killed the mice. And when he came back, I said, there's been a problem. He said, what's that? I said, that cat's killed one of the mice. He picked the cat up and he started smacking it like Tom and Jerry around the face. And I thought, he's not so nice anyway, this man.
We're Cyprus, here we are.
Yeah.
So this is your first real moment. You've seen war as a soldier in Kenya, but this is now you, for the first time, faced with a conflict.
Well, I was in the Air Force in Kenya, and the great thing about my life is that I can really feel relaxed about the fact I never harmed anybody. I mean, I occasionally carried a weapon, but what followed after my military service, I saw thousands of people being killed. So this was my first baptism of war. Strangely, the photograph looks like a Hollywood.
It looks pure Hollywood.
It doesn't show you. I don't like to glamorize war because it would be so easy to glamorize war. And if you think that's a ridiculous statement, it partly is and it's partly not. I've seen such horrible things in war, and when I say occasionally to people, you can see beauty in war. And it's the beauty in somebody crying, it's the beauty of somebody caring and handling a wounded person or giving someone medical water, simple things like that. And yet if you walk into a place in the war in Biafra and see hundreds of children barely able to stand on their legs, that's the different side of war.
So just go back if you could to the if you like the Hollywood photograph. What's actually going forward?
Oh dear, sorry, going wrong.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's going on? There's some guy running out of a door.
It's not going to work.
Try up here again. Hang on. So this is in Limassol. This is in
Limassol. I arrived in the Turkish quarter, and I took this photograph, and I was immediately arrested by the police. And so I spent the night. All the other journalists had gone somewhere else that day. So in fact, I had this all to myself.
The Turks and the Greeks were facing off.
The Greeks were attacking the people in this lovely little town. And I've always tried to take the place of the underdog in wars. I always feel it's my duty to be with those being oppressed by, the violence and the persecution.
At this stage, you have before the Turks intervene, Turkey intervenes, you have the Turks effectively being ethnically cleansed by Greeks.
Yes, and I went to various villages by the way, this is 1954, I went to various villages in the area where the Greeks were attacking, and it was terrible. You'd walk into a house and see dead bodies all over the floor, and
This is part of the kind of unraveling of the Ottoman Empire, which then continued in Serbia,
yes.
continued in Bosnia. And
I didn't realize that there would be a wealth of events that would be coming in my life, which would be at the expense of other people's lives, by the way, which I was fully aware of. You know, building a name in photography at the expense of other people's lives is not a very comfortable place to sit. And I've been consciously aware of my moral duty and what I could do and what I shouldn't do. So, and when, you know, I've occasionally won awards which I feel really uncomfortable that I've accepted.
You've talked in some of your interviews about the dangers of voyeurism.
Well, I think, what is voyeurism? It's a huge and massive intrusion, really. You know, nobody invites you to come into their
What's
home.
happening here? So at this point you're in someone's house and there's someone being shot.
There are two brothers dying. The man in the foreground was just been married to the lady holding the towel. He's just entered the room and found me there. And in the back room, the father of these two sons was also murdered.
And she's just seen her husband dead on the floor.
She just burst in, and I was in this warm Mediterranean room with this warm blood and this woman crying, and I felt, you know, how am I going to get away with this? What are they might attack me. They didn't really, and it's just, I can still smell that blood to this day in that warm room. It's very strange.
So this is the first time now, I mean, in a sense, this is you for the first time doing what you will do for the next 20 years.
No, more than that.
Yeah, 30, 40 years. Did it, I mean, were you, the adrenaline rush of war, did that grab you? Why were you doing this? Why were you putting yourself in danger?
Because I knew, and I have to be very honest here, I knew this was a stepping stone in my life as a photographer. I knew that it could only enhance my, and that's really wrong, really, but at least I'm honest enough to tell you this. You know,
it was something you could do, it was a way of making money, making a name.
No, not the money so much, because of the NUJ situation. The trouble is, it was never money in I've spent the whole of my life not worrying about making money. I've always found money immaterial. I've loved photography. It's been more than a passion. I've been married to photography for the last 60 years. So there was never a money interest. It was purely love. It was a love affair with something. And photography is very magical. You're alone in the darkroom, because I process all my own film and make my own prints. I'm alone in this embryonic womb of red light, and I'm alone there, you know, one-to-one against the print emerging, which have not always been very nice images to look at. There is a magic in developing your film. If you're there listening to classical music, I mean, on a winter's day in England, what better place could you be hiding in?
Today, when you can just take Photoshop or Snapseed and you can turn a colour photograph into black and white or burn in the sky.
I don't do that.
But I miss the stuff of the darkroom. Seeing that picture emerge slowly, the developer and the...
Well, of course, eventually I got to the biggest war in the world in Vietnam. And
so this is at this stage, for those who don't know about Vietnam, just set up the situation.
You arrived in Saigon, and I was working for the Sunday Times by that stage. I'd left the Observer. You arrived in Saigon, you went to the American military. They gave you an accredited rank, complimentary rank of major, which was thrilling for me, because when I left the Royal Air Force in England years before, I had the lowest rank you could. So there I was suddenly with the rank of major, and you could fly on helicopters anywhere you want, almost like taking a taxi.
I expect most of us probably know Vietnam more from Apocalypse Now and all those Vietnam War movies, but you actually were in there in the helicopters.
Yeah, I was. So I went to the Great Tet Offensive in 1968, and I wound up in the imperial city of Hue, where these American Marines thought it would be a 24-hour operation.
Again, a bit of context. This was a crucial moment, like a sort of Stalingrad moment, wasn't it? When both sides were shoving everything they had at one place.
Well, we were up against what they call a North Vietnamese regiment, who were the best soldiers in the world. These are men who ran around with homemade shoes, which was called the Ho Chi Minh 1,000 Milers, because they were made from car rubber. you'd cut a lump out of the car tire that was, an old tire, and that was their footwear. So, and they had a big sack of rice, and they were the most courageous and the most amazing people. And so there you had the American Army, which takes 9 men to put 1 man in the field as a soldier. So this great nation of America was up against this poor nation. The only difference was that, Ho Chi Minh could afford to lose 1 million people, where the average American president, was having a hard time explaining the death of 50,000 soldiers.
But this was, in a sense, the Stalingrad moment. This is a huge battle, and you're sitting there with your camera amid shellfire, tracer, people being killed all around you. Well, a different scale to what you'd seen in Cyprus.
What happened was that I got there with very little equipment. I had a military uniform, which I bought on the black market so that I could blend in. And then, it sounds horrible to say this, but each day I would go to the field hospital where there would be a mountain of cast-off clothing from the injured. And I would get, one day I got a helmet, the next day I got a bulletproof jacket, and I got a water canteen, and and then I looked like an American soldier, which was quite dangerous.
Again, one of the iconic images from everyone knows this picture. This is a shell-shocked American GI.
Yes, in a way, you have to be careful as a photographer not to make something tragic look too iconically beautiful. And I've always been aware of composing my photographs so that they can be looked at. I mean, a lot of the things I've taken could only be written off as atrocities. So, people don't want to look at atrocity pictures at the best of times. So I want to captivate your kind of interest and hold you, even for a split second, a few seconds, rather than have you reject what I do. There is a danger of glamorizing war, because that's what Hollywood did. And I was weaned on Hollywood as a child after the Second World War had gone away. So I had to be careful not to be promoting war.
Just tell me though about these 2 images. We've had the shell-shocked soldier. Who's this?
This is after the battle. By the way, I was told this battle would last 24 hours. I was there 2 weeks later, and as you say, Stalingrad, the imperial city of Hue, this 12th century Mandarin-looking, it was just an amazing place, was bombed to smithereens and flattened. It's been rebuilt since. But I mean, it was a Stalingrad situation, and I could have pointed my camera in any direction. I live like an animal sleeping next to dead bodies. And one day there was a huge shelling, and myself and another man, we ran and we jumped into a foxhole or a depression in the ground. And I said to him, "It smells here." And I said, "Why is it so bouncy?" And we were actually sitting on the body of a dead North Vietnamese soldier who was covered with a film of earth. And it reminded me of All Quiet on the Western Front when the French soldier was killed by the German soldier. In war, anything is possible. You embrace the dead, you sleep next to the dead, and when you come away, you are almost half dead yourself. Even though
there's a photograph of you in that. Anyone who wants to learn more about Don's work, incidentally, can go to YouTube. There's an absolutely extraordinary BBC documentary on him on YouTube, just called McCullen. And it fills in the gaps of what we'll be doing. Most wonderful, wonderful documentary I've seen in a year. I mean, extraordinary.
This photograph here, you see, a photograph like this says a lot more than the average, image of a man firing a gun, which is pointless, really. This photograph actually tells you about humanity.
Talk about this photograph.
Well, it's a man praying, a Catholic man praying on his knees in a big air base called Da Nang in Vietnam. But, I live in a country where, in the Christianity sense, we've lost our faith. And, whether you believe or you don't believe, and I see a lot of belief in this country. I was at a huge festival the other day in Sagar Island in the Bay of Bengal, and to see 600,000 people who trust in their faith was extraordinary. Because in the country where I come from, apart from the Islamic people who live there who believe in their faith, the Christian church is very much almost vanishing before your eyes. So when I see a thing like this, and by the way, this was taken in 1968, a lifetime ago. It somehow gives you hope in a way that people still believe in.
Just to return to the Tet Offensive, there was some statistic in the documentary about the casualties of the lot you went in with. You had how many troops?
The company I was fighting with on the wall had 140 men, and when we left, we had 70 left.
50% casualties.
That's only one company. The whole battalion suffered that. So the North Vietnamese soldiers vanished in the night after day 12. They vanished. They somehow vanished and got out of this circle that entrapped them. They were remarkable people, these soldiers. One day, there was a dead soldier. I'd been sleeping on the other side of a wall, and I didn't know that he'd been sleeping there permanently. He'd been dead for a few days. And I went out of my little foxhole a different way and found his body.
Is this the famous photograph of the man with his girlfriend?
Yes, his possession.
Beautiful picture.
Well, I have to admit that what happened was two other soldiers who came along looking for souvenirs, and you could only say they were looting his body, really. And they picked all his possessions up and they threw them down. And when they went away, I thought, it's scandalous, really. You should admire this man's courage fighting for his country. So when they went away, I shoveled together his little possessions, and they were pathetic.
He had a picture of a girlfriend, a wallet.
A mother, maybe, or daughter, sister, girlfriend, I don't know. But all his story was there and then told by me, by bringing these things together.
And his dead body.
Against his dead body. I mean, it was the only time I've ever arranged something, but I couldn't do otherwise because I had to make this statement because he couldn't make it, he was dead.
And in the case of Vietnam, your photographs, which were given huge coverage in the Sunday Times magazine,
right,
which was a kind of at the beginning was one of the great sort of changes in modern journalism. Sunday Times magazine was the first to really do serious reportage, to shove it all over the front page, to give it space, to put pictures over two pages. And it was an absolutely major moment for journalism. And Don was the poster boy at this time, was on the cover every week. But do you actually change things? I mean, it was for a British paper, not an American one.
It's strange enough that William said that helped to change things. I have to say this, and don't be surprised or be surprised. I don't think I really did change very much, really, because if you look at what's happened after these events in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, you had all wars in Africa where married boys of 12 and 14 were chopping off the arms of babies at roadblocks. They were so crazed on drugs. And then what's going on now in the Middle East, did I change anything? I don't.
But in the microclimate of Vietnam and the American perception of Vietnam?
Well, you had Afghanistan, you've had the Iraq War, you've had Syria.
Obviously, no one can stop war in general, but you did bring a spotlight on the suffering going on in Vietnam in a way that simply hadn't been seen before.
Yeah, but Vietnam, I went to the Biafran War, which was much more terrible. I mean...
Where are we here now?
Where there's a man throwing a hand grenade, which is a pointless picture, really. He got shot immediately, he took this picture in the hand.
It looks like sort of image of the Olympics or something.
I couldn't agree with you more. It looks like one of Leni Riefenstahl's, the Will of Triumph. And, that's the trouble, you see, I'm saying about glamorizing. The people who pay the highest price in war, not the soldiers, it's always the civilians, always. They're the last to be told, what's about to happen to them. So they're caught out. This man was in a bunker, and the American soldiers, that's what they were trained to do, throw a hand grenade in. Luckily, they survived, this family. But, I mean, of course I tried to make an iconic picture out of this, because I wanted you to see it and remember it and never forget it.
So would you sort of describe yourself as an anti-war photographer, do you think, rather than a war photographer?
When I first started, I was carried away by the excitement. And then this war we're looking at now, the Biafran War, I think you might agree there's yet another iconic statement. But just let me stop you there and say that this woman is 24 years of age, who would never have survived this camp I went into, which are hundreds of dying people.
Again, just to give it a bit of context here, we're talking Nigeria in 1970.
This was 1968, the same year I went to Vietnam. Whilst I was photographing this young woman, who looks like a grandmother, I saw some writing on the back of the wall, and I was curious. I thought, what could be that writing? And when I finished this photograph, I went down behind the woman and read the writing on the wall. And it's something that's never left my memory. And it said, "Today I am reborn." And I thought, there am I looking at a person about to die, a young person.
With a child who's about to die.
Yeah, of starvation, which is the most horrible death. And then I see that somebody has scribbled these. And those few words were more important to my mind at the time, because it put me into total confusion. I didn't know what to do, what to think, how to respond.
And this was a man-made situation, unlike, in a sense, Vietnam, which is a kind of conflict that grew out of control. This is politicians deliberately starving an area?
Well, because the Biafrans thought they had the oil area, and they broke away, thinking they're going to keep it all. This is possibly the worst photograph I've ever taken in my life. It was a 9-year-old albino boy, and if you don't think the war itself was bad enough, if you're born as an albino in Africa, you pay the price from the word go in life. You're looked upon as a freak. And even today in Africa, I was reading recently, they were hunting down albinos to kill them because they thought they were some evil kind of spirit. And so this boy fixed his eye on me. He's holding a corned beef tin, which he'd licked dry. He'd taken every last taste out of that piece of tin. And then he was staring at me. I thought, I can't look at him. I've got to get away from this boy. And I went off and I spoke to a Médecins Frontières doctor. He was just giving us a little briefing. And then suddenly somebody touched my hand, and I looked down and this boy was holding my hand. And I thought I was going to break down. So I found a sweet in my pocket, and I gave him a sweet. I said, "Please go away." And he went away and stood over there, and he was licking the sweet, looking at me. And, you know, I haven't printed this picture in my darkroom for 25 years. I don't want that boy spoiling my day in the darkroom. You know, to imagine that.
Listening to you talk, this was the thing that haunted you most, more than adults killing each other, children dying of starvation helplessly in a camp seemed to have moved you.
Well, because I used to go back to England and I had a young family of my own who would sometimes refuse their meals. So, you know, I was constantly throwing myself into these places. That's my own fault for going, in a way.
What do you think the price has been on you? I mean, obviously it's a choice you made yourself. You could have got off and been a fashion photographer.
Yeah. The price on me is
hung out with models instead of.
I think it's turned me into a nicer human being, really.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, I was never looking for profit.
People talk about the brutalization of war. You, in a sense, you feel that war saved you, in a sense.
I think it somehow programmed me to look out for what I did next. I didn't want to be clumsy. When I was in these situations, by the way, we just moved to Northern Ireland, which we'll talk about in a minute, but to end your question, I think what it did, it programmed me to try and become, you know, a much better person than the man I started out growing up in the early days in my youth.
In that you saw so many lives being cut short and you wanted to live as well as you could and as good a life as you could, or?
Well, one of the things that worried me from the beginning of my life was that my own father died when I was 13, and my own father was 40 years of age. I wanted to live. I wanted to live, and so why shouldn't the other people live in my pictures when they were killed, you know, unceremoniously murdered in shop doorways in Beirut and places like that. So, you know, I've had a pretty all-round kind of education in death. I don't consider myself to be like an undertaker, but I certainly have had a close-up look of people dying who shouldn't have died. You know, and what you said earlier about, you know, the politicians are the people who kill these people. It's their bad decisions. It's their kind of. They are also, you know, people who are trying to, climb up the tree, so to speak. So there's a huge immoral kind of goings on here, really. So I've tried to play my role so that.
You said somewhere that photography is the truth, that, you know, in a sense a journalist can wheedle words, or politicians can massage situations or stoke up passions, but a straightforward documentary photograph, while it can be fiddled, has an element of truth, an unbreakable truth.
It can be fiddled today because digital photography can be manipulated like you can't imagine, but you know, some of the great photographs that we've remembered in our lives is the girl running down the road in Vietnam, who later became an ambassador to Canada from the Vietnamese. This girl running
with the palm,
no skin on her back. It was taken by a friend of mine. Sorry, it was taken by a Vietnamese photographer. But I mean, that picture, and the most important picture as well was the police chief shooting the man in the head in Saigon during the Tet Offensive. That never stopped the war. The war went on 7 years after that photograph. So that's why I'm saying, did we stop? Did we change? And I still believe we didn't, really.
We've got 5 more minutes. Do you want to just quickly run through? This is now you back in a British conflict.
Strange enough, I'm in my own environment in Northern Ireland, and the British soldiers are now about to, absurdly dressed as Japanese samurai warriors with leggings, which you'd never catch an 18-year-old youth in that outfit. So, but I was, gassed on a regular basis here and hit with rubber bullets and things.
And that woman in the doorway, were you aware she was there?
But she did me a huge favour being there, because it's the thing that's made the picture, the shot of the woman in the doorway. And this city is a very ugly place, housing estates which was a natural breeding ground for discontent, and the whole thing in a way. Look, what I'm saying today is that from the age of 15, I've had this extraordinary journey which has brought me into confrontations all over the world. I'm still as confused now as I was at the age of 15. And what you mentioned earlier...
You're now 80?
I'm 80 now, yes.
Yeah.
But I mean, what you said
and still work?
I still work. I do a lot of landscape in England around the house where I live in Somerset. But you said earlier about politicians. They speak a language that no linguist can really get to the bottom of. It suits their convenience to deceive us. When they talk about things being fruitful and nonsense like that, it makes me so angry that I want to kick the television in when I'm watching it. I know that we're constantly being deceived by these people. These are the people who we put into power thinking they can help change our world, and they've failed dismally.
Can we run through? We've got 5 minutes. Have we got the... I remember this, age 15, this photograph. This is Beirut, huh?
Yes, this is, I was in a huge massacre in East Beirut when the Christian phalange, which was quite extraordinary when you think of the word Christian, many of them wearing, the
crosses and rosaries,
decided they would clear the Palestinians out of this area. And a man came up to me and he put a blue ribbon around my neck, and I said, "What's that for?" He said, "That's in case of one of our men killed you by mistake." So I don't look like a Palestinian, that's for sure. But however, they went into this area, and it was the kind of cleansing of something you wouldn't even want to contemplate.
And he's got a lute in his hand.
I was told to leave the area because I was seeing groups of Palestinians being murdered in groups. And then the commander said, "Leave the area, otherwise I'll kill you." And I thought, well, if you can do that, I take you on your word. So he said, "You leave the area, you take no more photographs." And I was walking down to leave the area, and I heard music, and I thought, how bizarre. And I looked up, and I saw these young Christian phalange boys celebrating the death of this young Palestinian woman lying in this winter rain. And I took this one photograph, and
it's most haunting.
It's almost a kind of medieval painting in a way. It's
one of those Piero della Francescas of the Annunciation with the angel with the thing.
Just to give you an idea what I do on my time off, this is the winter light coming through my kitchen in Somerset. In a way, it's played a great deal to kind of heal my thoughts.
You live now in one of the most beautiful places in Britain, in this extraordinary valley.
I know, but the trouble is that, in England we are a much overcrowded island, and we need to build houses, and one day, it's not going to happen in my time because there's not much time left for me, but my wife had said, I'm afraid they're going to build houses in this valley. But I do love where I live, and I have an old shed in the garden, or I had, it's been knocked down, where I would do these kind of almost Dutch still lives. There's more to me than meets the eye. I do landscape, I do this, I can do all kinds of things. I was commissioned by the English Postal Service to go to the battlefields of the First World War in France, and I had a lunch in a little bistro, and it was raining, and I was sometimes you meet a kind of dead end in your life, and it doesn't work out that day. And I was driving back to my hotel, and I saw this road. It's the road to the Somme battlefield, where on the first morning of the great Somme battle, 30,000 English soldiers died before 8 o'clock in the morning.
Among them, my great uncle.
You lost somebody there.
Got caught on the wire and then gassed.
This is in my village. This is a small pond, and I always photograph in the evening with the lights going down.
And do these landscapes, in the end, do they act as a sort of coda after the loud orchestra, the loud orchestral symphonies that have gone before?
These are my tranquilizers. I can stand in these fields for hours and hours and get no photograph, and I don't come away disappointed. I think being there is a privilege, even if I'm cold and hungry. The best experience I had recently was to stand on Hadrian's Wall, which the Emperor Hadrian built across the north of England because he was afraid of the Picts and the Scots. And I stood there on the wall, which you're not supposed to do because you're not supposed to stand on the wall. But I stood on the wall and a blizzard came and I jumped down and I had 2 bananas and a flask of hot chocolate. And I was laughing to myself. I was so thrilled with the decision of being there. And it was my reward, it was my payoff, having things that please you. I'm not looking at anybody dying, I'm not having to hide because thousands of bullets are trying to take my head off. So, my time of life now, I'm not looking for reward, but I don't mind it.
Do you sometimes think of all your, you mentioned in the last session that 1,000 journalists have been killed in the last 10 years.
Yes.
You got once badly wounded, didn't you, in Africa?
Not terribly badly wounded, but it gave me a wake-up call. This was in Cambodia. And I lay in bed in the hospital, and I had one book, and I thought, I've got to really save this book. I rationed myself every day. And it was a book by a man called Laurie Lee, and it was as I walked out one summer morning. It was about him going to the Spanish Civil War. And I remember people coming in with my breakfast, and because I couldn't speak French, they were trying to teach me French about the butter and the jam and the coffee. So in a way, and I could hear the crunch of artillery getting closer and closer to the city. And in a way, if I wasn't a photographer, had I been more educated, I think I wouldn't have made a bad writer, really. But of course I'm dyslexic and I can't spell.
I can't either.
By the way, this is the view I wake up to every day of my life. It's from the terrace of the house where me and my wife, Catherine, we live, and we look at this view. So in a way, I'm not underprivileged.
This is closure.
This is, yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause for Don McCullen? We have time for a few questions. Front row?
I'm a bit deaf, so
I'll repeat.
You said that you don't think your work changed anything from looking back. Can I just ask what drove you to keep going?
Because I love photography and I love the idea of, I told you I've just been to this huge festival. By the way, I have to tell you, India is my greatest love in the world. Of all the countries in the world, I love this country more than anything. I first came here in 1963 with a very distinguished travel writer called Eric Newby. And so I fell in love with India. And, I don't believe, honestly, it's not a stunt for me saying this, but I don't believe my work has changed in the minds of people who understand, who feel the same way themselves, but it hasn't really converted anybody outside of that area. That's why. So, I flog on doing what I do, but now I'm taking a U-turn on that and just concentrating. By the way, I want to show you these pictures.
Temple of Bel.
This is Palmyra, which the ISIS people have been destroying, and I'm sure there's somebody in this room who's been to Palmyra.
I have.
And in the background of this picture, there are some funeral towers which ISIS have blown up. This is the Temple of Bel, which they've blown up. And it's a tragedy, really. Even though the temple was partially reconstructed, they'll never get those stones back for a second time to reconstruct. They'll be in fragmentation. So, in a way, I still have a useful voice in my visual photography. But what good is that going to do about something that can never be replaced? 2,000 years on, these people have destroyed this site.
One last question. The lady's got her hand up at the back here. Out of time?
They've had enough.
No, your question.
So we live in Africa, and I'd just like to ask you what your responsibility is in the pictures that you've printed of Africa. I think you've done pictures of the people with the HIV in South Africa, for example. There are the pictures of the African, the pictures of Ethiopia. And many people feel that those pictures are shown maybe in rich countries, that's the lasting image people have of Africa. And that they would like photographers to also publish more positive images of what's good about many countries in Africa. What's your responsibility in portraying Africa as starvation and war and corruption?
So the question is that some people get upset with Africa just being portrayed as a place of starvation, HIV, backwardness, and should do have a responsibility to show a more positive side of Africa.
First of all, I think the idea of actually showing those pictures in the first place will bring some kind of aid. That's the first part of the question that I can answer. The other side, you're quite right in a way. We don't really see any positive sides. I mean, they haven't invented any great thing that's we've applauded them for. So I think Africa, I always thought that I would probably never see peace in Africa for the next 50 years, but it's calming down to some extent, and things are changing gradually, but it's going to take a long, long time.
But do you feel, I mean, I suppose to take the question out, while you can make a difference by revealing the extent of HIV and make people reach their purses, do you feel any responsibility to show to show the more positive things of life? I mean, I suppose the landscape, but no.
I've done the cultural side of Africa. I did a book about the tribes of the Omo Valley in southern Ethiopia. I mean, there's still the cultural side of Africa, which we're all delighted to look at and see, but that's not good enough. We have to condemn the people who flood Africa with the AK-47 rifle, which brings about the misery and the lack of progress, and it scales up the tragedies that take place there. So it's a good question, and you've got me slightly foxed there, I have to say. I wish I could answer it in a much more defined way. I can't, because I haven't seen a great deal of positiveness coming out of Africa.
Is that because you get sent, I mean, the way journalism works is you don't get sent to sort of cover, lovely things.
Well, that's quite true. What William said is that you go for the negative when you go to Africa as a reporter. You don't go there, to talk about whatever. You go there always for the negative.
The new stock exchange in Johannesburg.
Thank you for your question in the first place, because you basically almost answered it by making me say negative things. That's very confusing.
Let's have one last more positive question. Please, gentleman with the scarf on. Peter Frankopan. What's your hit rate in a sense? What's your hit rate? How many bad photographs do you take to create these one magical? I mean, something like the Tet Offensive, you were there 2 weeks and you took maybe 100 iconic photographs.
I got some very good pictures, yeah. I mean, it all depends how the events pan out, if you're in a huge battle for 2 weeks, you're going to get, a hell of a lot of pictures. But, I've made many trips to Africa and come back. The war in Biafra was, can I use the word which might sound obscene to you, or was easy. I mean, people are dying in front of you and starving in front of you. I could photograph those people with my eyes closed. So it was easy to photograph in one respect, and it was bloody awful to stand in front of dying children whose legs were barely carrying them. I know morally where I belong and how I am expected to behave. You know, I've been amongst journalists who behave incredibly badly. Once in Beirut, there was a mental hospital in Sabra Shatila camp, Palestinian, which was being shelled by Israeli gunboats. There was one noble nurse who stayed behind for the 5 days, but the first thing she did was tie all the mental children patients to the beds to save them crawling amongst the broken glass and being cut to pieces. But those children were starved, they had no water. And then she said to me, I'll show you something else. And she opened the door and out slid some 2-year-old blind children, mentally insane and blind. They looked like newborn kind of mammals. They slid out of their own nest in a temperature over 45 degrees.
And she'd locked them in a room, had she?
She locked them in the room. She tied the other children to the beds, and I photographed the children tied. And in the background, I found a little boy playing with some debris, as if he was playing with Lego. And I photographed him. And I thought, there's nothing that, it won't surprise you when you photograph war and tragedy. There is always something that will totally take your feet away from you. So, I don't even know how to go on any more talking, because I think that, why was it me that was chosen to have this life? I don't know. And I did it without any...
Do you sleep easy at night? Do you wake up sometimes and see the Tet Offensive, or Biafra?
Oh, I used to. I don't know. No, I go to bed very early at night and read, and that sends me to sleep. Just reading and sliding off to sleep is a joy. But as you get older, you wake up earlier, you see, so it defeats them.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Don McCullin, please. Thank you.
We wish to thank our speakers, Don McCullin and William Dalrymple, for the session. The other sessions, the Peace to End All Peace at Charbagh, India at Play, Rajnikanta Silver Pearl Control, then Healers, Ideas of Wellbeing at Google Mughal Tent, Vanini's Beloved, Love Jealousy in Renaissance Rome at Mahindra Humanities Darbar Hall, and Some Ways Not to Write a Poem, Fort Samrat.
JLF at South Bank returns for its third edition from the 21st to the 22nd of May. Catch the conversations, debate and dialogue along the banks of the London Thames. And if you're across the pond, JLF at Boulder will be back for a second year from the 23rd to 25th September. For the latest information, visit www.jaipurliteraturefestival.org, follow us on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram, or download the Teamwork Arts app.
Annual Jaipur Literature Festival brochure with details on each session, author profiles and photographs. A must-have guide to the festival. This limited edition program is a collector's item and is available for sale at ₹100. Pick up your copy now. Annual Jaipur Literature Festival brochure with details on each session, author profiles and photographs. A must-have guide to the festival. This limited edition program is a collector's item and is available for sale at ₹100. Annual Jaipur Literature Festival brochure with details on each session, author profiles and photographs. A must-have guide to the festival. This limited edition program is a collector's item and is available for sale at ₹100. Pick up your copy now. The annual Jaipur jazz, the past, the present and the future together over 2 days of fantastic music. Teamwork Arts and Capital Jazz present the Jazz Utsav. Now in its 31st edition, it is the definitive festival for jazz in Delhi. Team lineup included Woodstock Jazz Band, the future of jazz. Gary Julian and friends, bringing the glorious past of jazz alive with their tunes. And flavor of the current jazz season, Rudresh Mahantapa's Gamak. The young Joel Lyciridis and his trio, showing the future of jazz is in good hands. Kareem El Aboudi and Vasundhara. Amidst The Jaipur Literature Festival is the world's largest free festival of its kind. With daily interactive sessions, lively debate and dialogue, and international music performances every night, it's no wonder the festival attracts nearly 270,000 visitors a year. Since its inception in 2008, JLF has gone international with festivals along the banks of the London Thames and across the pond in Boulder, Colorado. Jaipur Bookmark is an international B2B event for the publishing industry. It runs parallel with the Z Jaipur Literature Festival. Teamwork also promotes the best in Indian theatre through the Mahindra Excellence in Theatre Awards, the only national platform that celebrates all the aspects of the craft from across India. The Going Solo International Theatre Festival is the first of its kind in India, bringing together award-winning single-actor performances from across the globe. While international touring productions such as Bollywood Extravaganza and Bollywood Love Story, a musical, have sold out shows across Europe, Egypt and Russia. Sounds of Freedom. The name says it all. A musical celebration of freedom of expression through workshops and outreach programs, Sounds of Freedom culminates in a live concert broadcast on television and online. The Secret celebrates the spirituals through music.
We'll begin our next session in about 5 minutes' time. Quick announcements about the house rules. Please, let's keep the venue clean. Let's not litter. Let's keep our phones in silent mode so we do not disturb our speakers. And in case we still need to talk, please do leave the venue and talk outside. Thank you very much. Good afternoon and welcome to the 9th Z Jaipur Literature Festival at Baithak. We are delighted to introduce Bhasha, Freeing the Word. We've got Dhruba Jyoti Bora, Sitanshu Yash Chandra and K. Satijanand in conversation with Vivek Shanbag. Unfortunately, Anita's late, her flight is delayed, so she's able to make it, she'll join us. We're beginning the session. Can we please give a big round of applause for all our speakers?
welcome to this session on Bhashas, Freeing the World. And we have some of our best Bhasha writers today with us. We have K. Sachidanandan, we have Devajyoti Barua and Sitamshu Yashishchandra with us. Before we start, let me briefly introduce them to you. And let me start with Sachidanandan, who is one of our best poets. He writes in Malayalam, and he has published more than 23 collections, out of which 19 are translated into various, out of which they are translated into 19 different languages. I'm really losing track of this. And Sachidanandan has really great insight into Bhasha writing. He has been Secretary of the Sahitya Academy, and more importantly, he was the editor of Indian literature for many years. And then we have Devajyoti Barua, one of our finest writers from Assamese. He's a poet, playwright. He is a medical doctor by profession and written many works, has been translated into many Indian languages as well as in English. And his novel, Sleepwalker's Dream, will be released coming May. Then we have Professor Yashishchandra, who writes in Gujarati, and he's a poet, playwright, translator, and also an academic. He has taught in India and abroad, and he has served on many national institutions such as UGC. He was also a Vice Chancellor of Saurashtra University. So this is our panel, and before we really get into the core of the discussion, let me just say a few words and then start with a question to each one of you, and then based on your response, let's build that further. We Bhasha writers have, we have a lot in common. At the same time, there is something that is unique as well. And this is a question which we have been struggling. What is common and what is so unique? And there are so many things that are attached to it. It is political, it is about the language, and it's about, starting from cuisine to literature, we are so unique. At the same time, there is something that is connecting us. I think one of the best examples is Ramayana and Mahabharata, which are, though there seems to be a common story, but then each one of the languages have created their own Ramayana and Mahabharata. So let me start with this question to all of you, is what is it that you see, which is common across Indian languages? And do you really feel that there is something common and then we are writing Indian literature in various languages? There is one literature that we are writing in our own languages? Or we are so unique that there is really nothing in common. So maybe we can start with Sachidanandan and then move on.
In fact, this question of the nature of Indian literature, is it singular or plural, has been discussed ad infinitum. And I don't think anywhere we have reached a final answer to say that it's a single literature or that all the literatures are different from one another. There have been several positions on answering this question. There is this famous, to which you unconsciously referred, S. Radhakrishnan's quote, which also became a kind of slogan for the Sahitya Academy, that Indian literature is one, though written in different languages. That is one position. And another is the very opposite. Nihar Ranjan Ray, the Bengali critic, once said, there is no Indian literature because there is nothing called an Indian language. These are written in different languages, and so there cannot be, the idea of Indian literature is simply not sustainable. Well, I think both these are forms of erasure. S. Radhakrishnan erases actually the differences among the different languages, while Nihar Ranjan Ray erases the very possibility and the concept of Indian literature. That's why I often go with your Anantamurthy, who is sadly not among us today, who once said, if you look for the unity of Indian literature, you come across its rich diversity. And if you look for the diversity, you find its unity. I find this statement a very dialectical statement to be perhaps the best and the truest way to approach this question of Indian literature. Well, you also refer to Ramayanas because we can use that as a kind of metaphor to begin our discussion with. Of course, many of you must have read A.K. Ramanujan's famous essay, 300 Ramayanas. And Ramanujan retells a folk tale there about Rama. Rama was sitting in his court along with his advisors and ministers, and then the ring on his index finger fell down and disappeared through a hole on the floor. He asked Hanuman, who was sitting close by, to go and fetch it, because only Hanuman could pass through a hole, because he had this special capacity to enlarge himself or to become minuscule, very small. So Hanuman became very small, like an insect, went through through that hole, and he reached the netherworld. Of course, there are many other stories. I am not going into the details because the women, especially the women who were cooking for the emperor of the netherworld, saw this new insect falling down, and they put him or put it rather on the dinner plate of the emperor of the netherworld, because he liked new kinds of meat every day, so they thought he would love to eat this little animal. And when the emperor sat for dinner, he heard a chant from the platter, Ram, Ram, Ram. And so he looked intensely and found that it was coming from a small animal who was there sitting on the plate, and asked him, who are you? And then Hanuman told him the story. Well, I have come here to look for the ring of my great master and Lord Sri Rama. And if you give me that ring back, I'll just go back. He said, okay. And then he brought a huge platter, a huge plate full of rings, so many rings. And then he asked Hanuman, yes, you can choose your Ram's ring. And Hanuman was surprised because he knew only one Ram, and he thought that there was only one Ram. And but then he couldn't choose the ring because all the rings looked alike. And then the emperor of the netherworld told him, well, you know only one Ram. There have been so many Rams, and whenever one Ram or one incarnation is over and one Ram dies, he is about to die, the ring falls like this and it comes here. And I have collected all the rings. There have been so many Rams, across ages. Well, I think this is a kind of great metaphor for me, for all of us, in fact, to begin this kind of a discussion. If there are many Rams, there should also be many Ramayanas. And there are, as all of you know, hundreds and hundreds of, not 300, in fact many more. If you take into account the performed Ramayanas, painted Ramayanas, folk Ramayanas which are sung. In my language, I write in Malayalam, we have 24 Ramayanas in my language alone. And so you can imagine how many Ramayanas would be there across India. In every language has so many. So we have a Muslim Ramayana, it's called Mapla Ramayana, and it is written in a mixture of Arabic and Malayalam. We have a tribal Ramayana where Ram meets Sita when she is coming with a basket on her head, coming down a hill with a basket on her head, because she is a tribal woman and Ram is a tribal man. So what is common to all these Ramayanas? Like we ask what is common to Indian literature. There is Ram, there is Ravan, there is Sita, there is the and of course there is Lakshman and the brothers too. There is the abduction of Sita in all the Ramayanas. But for these, there is very little that is common to all these Ramayanas. There are Ramayanas where Sita is Ravan's daughter in a previous birth, like the Buddhist Ramayana, Dasharatha Jataka. And there are Ramayanas where it is Lakshman who kills Ravan and not Rama, because Rama, like in the Jain Ramayana, because Rama was a saint and he would not kill anybody. So he asked Lakshman to go and kill Ravan. And so there are so many differences in these Ramayana. And if you look at the folk Ramayana, there are women's Ramayana, like there's a Telugu women's folk Ramayana, where because it is sung by women, so Sita becomes the most important character. And there are verses and verses on Sita's, Sita's labor, Sita getting pregnant, Sita's labor. So these become central to this song because it is all sung from the women's point of view. So if you look at all these Ramayanas, there are many books by Paula Richman she has 3 books on different Ramayanas, and Father Kamil Bulke is a major historian of Indian Ramayanas. Father Kamil Bulke has this book called Ramakatha, where he speaks about so many different Ramayanas. So when I think of Indian literature, this looks like a kind of metaphor for that. Yes, there are certain things which are common, certain things which are fundamental. There is a kind of ethos that connects us. There is a kind of general experience that connects us. But apart from that, if you look closely at the different literatures, you will also come across so many differences in their evolution, in the way language is used, in the different kinds of genres that exist in each of the languages. You will also come across a lot of difference. We will have more to say about it, but I shouldn't go on.
Thanks, Sachin. I remember as we talk about Ramayana, a friend of mine, a theatre director, once told me about a folk story, and in that the Sita refuses to go with Rama to the forest, and then the Rama says, in all Ramayana Sita goes with Rama, and how can you say no? Yeah. So that's so thanks about that, and then let's move on to you, and how do you want to respond to this?
See, sitting between two of the greatest minds and finest writers of India, I realize at this moment how insignificant I am and how insignificant my sayings will be. To me, you see, in Assam, as an Assamese, Bhasha and language is very central to our existence and identity. So, having said that, I would like to tell you a story about the Assamese Bhasha as to what happened. You see, in 1826, before that there was a long period of social turmoil, revolutions, foreign migrations in Assam, and actual Assamese-speaking population dwindled to only several lakhs by the time British came in 1826. And at that time, Assam was under Burmese occupation. So when the Burmese were driven away by the British and they took over Assam at the Treaty of Yandabo, they started administering the land they had acquired through the treaty with the common language that was extant, that was Assamese. They started their court work, the administrators learned their language, they passed their orders, David Scott and everyone they tried to pass their orders in Assamese. But within 10 years, one very fine morning, Assamese was removed. And the language of the neighboring Bengal was taken up as the administrative language as well as the medium of instruction. Now, when this happened, the Assamese elites who were there, who were of course very obedient to the British, and they started the process of trying to restore the language.
And the American Baptist missionaries also helped by bringing out a journal in that language. So after 30 years, in 1873-74, the language was restored. And Assamese then again became the language of the court, judiciary, administration, as well as medium of instruction. But during these 30 years, when the language was vanished, there was great consciousness about the language, the heritage, the identity. Every question came into play, and it was the students who were studying at that time in Calcutta, who had the initial exposure of Bengal Rasa and of English literature. They took up the cause, and they felt that the language has to be developed. And when it was restored, they felt, well, the language has been restored. Now where is the literature? What is the literature for this language? That question came. Assam has a very long and ancient tradition of ancient literature. In fact, so the second Ramayana was said to be written in original language in Assamese about 800 years back. That was by Madhav Kandali. We call him the Adi Kavi of Pramadi. Then about 500-600 years back, the Bhagavata was written in prose, and it's such a modern prose that it actually laid the foundation of prose in Assamese. And there are other heritages, linguistic heritages. Now based on these ancient heritages, a modern national language has to be built up. So the process of writing grammars, compiling dictionaries, writing stories, modern poetry, everything started. And within 100 years, we have what you can call is the modern Assamese national literature. I say it's national because around this literature and the struggles that went into safeguarding, into restoring your own language, this language became a point of attraction which gave a very distinct, definite and a very strong identity to the Assamese people. Language and bhasa, more so in today's context, requires some amount of political power to back it. Without that political power, without that political patronage, without conducive state policies, linguistic policies, a Vasha cannot grow or thrive. Now, let us have an example. One of my Kannada friends, he is of course much more senior to me, Mr. Vairappa. He has written so extensively about the plight of Kannada literature at the moment. How in the CBSE schools, Kendriya Vidyalayas, Kannada is getting a second place. It's happening all over India. Whether it is Bengal, whether it is Assam, whether it is Gujarat, whether it is Tamil Nadu, to greater or lesser extent. Because the state policy with CBSE, English medium, though there is a Hindi medium, it's secondary. Kendriya Vidyalaya, English medium, again Hindi medium, secondary. So with this policy, now our Vashas have to thrive and exist. So these are the realities, and this is how the politics is impacting on the Bhasa literature of our day. And without this angle, possibly we cannot really consider about Bhasha and the literature and its development. A last point I would like to make in this first intro is that when Jawaharlal Nehru made his famous speech of India's trust with destiny at the point of independence, I would say that trust was made long before than what Nehru said. It was made the day in the Tripuri Congress when it was decided that after independence the Indian states will be organized on a linguistic basis. That actually welded the nation. All people speaking various languages, having long heritages of linguistic traditions. Remember, they are also people equally capable of running an independent country, whether it is Gujaratis, whether it is Tamils, whether it is Bengalis or others, like Europe. But they choose to come together against the common enemy because it was accepted on the platform of Indian National Congress that post-independent the states will be reorganized in linguistic basis. And when independence came, after a lot of trouble, it did happen. And when it happened, what is the consequence? Each major Indian language and the people who spoke it, whom we can call a nationality, got its own space, the territory, the political power, the power to give patronage to the Bhasha. So, in a sort of linguistic and cultural self-determination was given once we had this linguistic state. And this alone is the cementing force even today, which is holding our nation together. So I am speaking from a very different viewpoint. I accept the Indian nation and the Indianness. Why? Because it has accepted me. It has accepted me as an Assamese writer. A Rajasthani will accept Indian nation because it has accepted him as a Rajasthani. Same with Tamil, my friend here, Malayalam. Why would they accept otherwise? Because the nation has accepted them and embraced. So when we talk about Bhasha and Bhasha literature, we have to talk in context of these social and political paradigms also. So I think initially that would be quite sufficient from my side.
Thank you. I think you have raised some important points on politics of the language. I think maybe we should come back to this little later because it also raises certain other questions about the dominant language, because India is not just 24 languages, right? And then there are hundreds of other languages which also have their own literature, their own heritage and whatnot. So we have, in the process of last 60, 70 years, there is something that has happened because of the so-called official languages and the languages which are not official. Yeah. So let's come back to that. But before that, let's move on to you, and if you could respond to my first question, and then we'll build on that further.
So with what I have been discussing, there are many languages, and each Indian language has a literature. So the question before us is whether there is an Indian literature or not. Now, there is a fashion now, Vivek, to call our literature, as you and me, Bhasha Sahitya. Let us look at it logically. What is Bhasha Sahitya? Bhasha Sahitya means language which is literature which is written in language. So now what we write is Bhasha Sahitya, as against what internationally well-known writers write in English. Logically, if this is Bhasha Sahitya, if this is literature written in Bhasha, how do the internationally renowned writers write? Do they write in painting? Do they write in music? Do they dance rather than write? So this categorization of Indian literatures as Bhasha Sahitya is a very colonial move. And just and I first reject it. I am not a Bhasha Sahityakar, everyone is a Bhasha Sahityakar. Secondly, there is a kind of a myth that Indian literature has to be one, as Sachi pointed out. Now, when was Indian literature written only in one language? Those who know nothing about Indian literature, they have a very nice formula, Sachi. They say that ancient Indian literature was written in a Brahminical language called Sanskrit. And there was a great revolt by the Bhasha Sahityakaras. When Bhakti movement started, they started writing in people's language. If you read Indian literature as an undergraduate student for one semester, you will realize that this is a great act of imagination rather than fact. Because ancient Indian literature was never written only in Sanskrit. It was always written in Sanskrit and Prakrit. Kalidasa's king would speak in Sanskrit and queen would speak in Prakrit, and they could make great love. Kalidasa, there was no problem in making love across languages. From 6th century came another factor which is called Abhavansha. And most of these great scholars of Indian literature who teach in foreign universities, they don't even know what is Abhavansha literature. I know it firsthand that they don't know. So, Abhavansha literature was there, and that was these three languages, Sanskrit, Prakrit and Abhavansha, from 6th century to the 12th century. There was a great dialogue, great debate. It is called Vada or Vivada. And Bhikhu Parekh, Professor Bhikhu Parekh has a very good book. He knows Gujarati very well. Gujarati is his mother tongue and he can read, write and talk in it. So he has a book on Vada and Vivada. Indian literature, Dhruvajyoti was, as you know, based on this semiotic network of dialogue and disputes. In ancient time, Kalidasa disputed another Sanskrit writer who was a Buddhist writer. The Buddhists wrote in Sanskrit. Only in earliest period they wrote in Pali, later on they wrote in Sanskrit and Prakrit. So did the Jains. They wrote only earliest periods were in Ardhavadi, later on they wrote in Sanskrit and Prakrit, great Prakrit books in Jain tradition. So first of all, my plea is, let us not have castles, however imposing, without good foundation. Let's first dig deep into our own history and actually know it. To sum up, this so-called Bhasha Sahitya, that means literature in Assamya or Malayalam or Gujarati and so on, have a history of at least 800 years, which is as old as the history of French, German and English literature. French, German and English literatures did not quite interact because, as you rightly said, they had nation states based on language. But Indian languages, even the modern Indian languages, which have 700 centuries of history, they always interacted. Narsi Mehta, if there is any Gujarati person sitting here, they have vanished. Now, Narsaiya Cha Swami, he would say. Now, Cha is a Shashti Vibhakti Pratyaya from Marathi. How did Marathi Pratyaya get into Narsi's poem? Narsi was not a great Gujarati writer. Narsi was a Marathi writer too. And the earliest Marathi writers, they are called Mahanubhava writers. Chakradhar Swami was the first. Chakradhar Swami, I'll end up with this story following you, Sachi. The story is that there was a minister in Surat region of South Gujarat of the 12th century. Now his son, like the sons of the present day ministers whom you know, was a criminal. The whole district. So he gambled and lost lots of things. But unlike the present day children of ministers, he had a sense of shame. So he left Surat in South Gujarat and through Tapti Valley, following Tapi river, he went down south. He wanted to go to Rameshwaram because that was the land, that was the place in south, deep down, where in 12th century you could do penance and you could reform yourself. But he came to Maharashtra and he liked Maharashtra so much that that young man who later on became known as Chakradhara Swami, the first writer in Marathi, he settled down in Maharashtra, forgot his mother tongue, picked up Marathi and wrote only in Marathi. And that is Mahanubhava literature, the earliest writing in Marathi literature, which was written by a Gujarati boy. So, this is Indian literature. And my plea is not to call us Bhasha Sahityakaras, but to call us Sahityakaras. And try to know what we have written over 3,000 years. 3,000 years. And all the tools that we derive from the Western knowledge systems would not work here because their dynamics of history is very different from our dynamics of history. So let's try to understand our own history, the way it happened, the way we interacted, the way, as you said, we held together by accepting each other. So this is not Germany calling England a nation of shopkeepers and England calling France effeminate nation and Germany thinking that they are the final virile people, Gujaratis and Marathis and Assamese and Andhrais. They don't think about each other like this. I will end up with a small, what is poetry? They said that, and each state has a different take on this, but in Gujarat we say that poetry is not like a Marathi woman who doesn't fully cover herself. So, you see too much, and too much of Abhida is not poetry. But it is also not like Rajasthani woman who covers herself too much. Poetry is like a Gujarati woman who wears her pallu in such a way that you see a little bit and you imagine much more. So,
yeah, thank you. I think it's you have mentioned some very important points. I must say that there are writers, Kannada writers today, and there were very great writers 50, 60 years ago whose mother tongue was not Kannada. For example, Bendre, one of our greatest poets, spoke Marathi at home. And Masti, who is again another prose writer, he spoke Tamil at home. So we have this tradition which you are talking about, movement across languages has been happening, and I think it's also happening today. But is there, do you feel that today the movement across languages, is it reducing? Is it being impacted by English? Because Sachi also raised this question, you also raised this about language and English medium and the issues and so on. So do you think that exchange between languages, is it happening, not happening? Has it increased, decreased? What do you think?
Sachi, would you like to say?
Yeah, there was a time when many of our writers, I don't know whether to call them writers, was Kabir a writer in the sense in which we speak of writers today, because he didn't write, really speaking, nor did most of the Bhakti poets. But they almost unconsciously changed the language in which they were chanting their verses when they moved from one place to another. The borders between languages were much more porous than they are today, because today, well, the question of linguistic status, as you said, need to be discussed in detail to see whether what good it has done and also what harm it has done, by the way. So you have Vidyapati, you have Guru Nanak, you have Kabir, all of them, or Meera, who were unconsciously moving from one language to another. You know, Meera is claimed by Gujaratis as a Gujarati poet. Rajasthanis will say she was a Rajasthani poet. So so this is true about many of the poets of that period. So they were not unduly conscious of the differences between the languages. And they could also, as you very well said of Narsi, so they could easily mix languages or use the syntax of one language in another language, and there was a kind of freedom, a flexibility about the languages up to a point. But I'm really afraid, as you also mentioned, that perhaps we are losing something of that flexibility because of this kind of a neat division and extreme consciousness of the identity of our languages. Certainly I will not use the word bhasha. You are absolutely right, because I will not use two words. I have never used it also in any of my essays. One is vernacular, because vernacular was used by the masters to call the other languages the languages of the slaves. So even now it is used in colleges and all that, and I am surprised that it is still being used. And another word is bhasha, which again meant something second rate. Because Sanskrit was the real thing, and these Indian languages were, kind of secondary. They did not have the kind of the prime place that Sanskrit had, and that's how. So there are, I think, in all languages, in our language also, there are many people who first of all apologize for writing in the bhasha, because they were supposed to write in Sanskrit, but they are writing in the bhasha. So I think the word became very popular with Ganesh Devi's book, but from that day, well, I have felt, this is not the way to deal with it. So, and I would also say that all the Indian languages are national languages, and I do not think we need to make a distinction. And Nandamur Kagan used to say 8th schedule should be scrapped, because that creates a kind of hierarchy between certain languages which have a kind of national status or majority languages, and then certain languages which are supposed to be secondary or which are unimportant. So we need, and also the division of states on the basis of language. Well, it also created its problems. Like in Kerala, there are certain parts where, there's a mixture of Tamil and Malayalam being spoken. There are certain parts like Kasaragod where Kannada is also a major presence. So some of those voices got marginalized or even silenced. And again, now new problems are coming up about the standardization within the language itself. So is it one Malayalam or many Malayalams, or like it could be asked about every language, because there are dialects, there are different ways of using this language. We have, as I earlier said, we have a whole form of Malayalam which is called Mopla Malayalam, where there are a lot of Arabic words very different from the mainstream Malayalam. So there is a kind of mainstreaming which also leads to centralization and the marginalization of several other voices. So we need to, whenever we imagine India or imagine even one of the states in India, we need to imagine it as a kind of a site for a multitude of languages, so many languages, rather than a place of a single language, with all the good that the division of states into on the basis of languages has done. So you were also asking some other question about
No, now that you mentioned about bhashas and what you feel about it, how would you like to address this? What would be the word that you would like to use instead of bhashas?
No, I think we should speak about we should use the names of our languages rather than speaking generally about the word bhasha. It is bhasha, but bhasha also has this ideological baggage of being used for something second rate, something which is not. So that's why, in that sense in which it is used today, I'm not saying that the word should be deleted from the dictionary. No, whatever, in the sense in which it is often used today, I think I have problems with that. And about your exchange, about the exchanges,
yes, you are right that perhaps the exchanges now happen more on a kind of formal level. It happens on platforms like this, or it happens through translations between languages. But I have also a feeling that these translations, the natural translations which were happening earlier, that is perhaps coming down. So Sahitya Academy is doing that, National Book Trust is doing that. Well, it has become, and they are doing a good job, no doubt. But that has earlier, out of sheer love, people not to get some money or not getting an assignment from an office or something, but out of sheer love, people used to translate to one another. That is perhaps coming down. Maybe part of the careeristic and professional kind of time in which we are living. Instead, it has become a little more officially sponsored kinds of translations, which are, sorry to say, which are not always the best translations possible, because we had such wonderful translators who used to translate so well, because they were involved completely in that. They were sincere, they fell in love with a book, and they wanted that book to come into the language, and that is how most of the translations from the other Indian languages and even from languages outside India happened in all our literatures. But that has perhaps come down. Mostly they are sponsored. One book becomes suddenly, and also it becomes a little too contemporary. One book becomes very popular, and then one publisher wants to encash it, and so he decides, I'm speaking mainly about my language. So before that book becomes unpopular, you have to get a translation. And so we have in Malayalam, for example, every month so many translations come out. It may be it may be Marquez or it may be Pollock, various kinds of authors of different levels, because they have become popular. And then some lecturer who teaches English is assigned the job, who has nothing to do with literature, and then in 1 month or something, she or he produces some kind of a translation which completely destroys the quality of translation. So there is a commercialization happening, there is an officialization or bureaucratization happening. I think we need to go back to that original mode of translation which comes out of real deep love and commitment to literature.
Yesterday, while talking to Sachi, he mentioned to me that the most popular Malayalam writer was Marquez. So that's about the translation, business in Malayalam. Sorry, you were to say something.
One thing we have to notice that in all Indian languages, in the recent 5 decades or so, there is a social phenomenon happening that the elite sections are migrating to English. Totally. Baggage and everything. This has created a situation which, as you mentioned, reducing the contact between the people, between different languages and cultures. When the elite is gone, the educated is gone, and gone to English, and gone to a very different mental makeup. The Bhasa literatures, as you say to them, they remain in the hands of people, I think, may not be equipped always to deal with these problems. That's one. And secondly, when we use the word Bhasa, we no longer nowadays use it in context to Sanskrit. We are always using and meaning it in context to English. That we have to.
Quite right.
Actually, quite
so English language and its challenge and debates on that. Now, when you are thinking of 25 languages doing so well, why should the debate be on one foreign language, what it is doing to us? This kind of diffidence has to be done away with it. Elite, as you rightly said, might be learning English, but India has a phenomenal ability of being multilingual. All of us who are seated here, we know so many languages. So if English language comes in at one level, let it come in. It should not disturb us so much, and it should not prompt us to think of ourselves. This is a question of our identity. What do we think of ourselves? Do we think of ourselves always in defensive terms? Always competing with some writer who, after all, what do these poor fellows do? They simply earn more money. Really? If you actually read a Bangla or Malayalam or Gujarati or Assamese novel or a poem and read some of these bestsellers, if you are multilingual, you would see that this is a commercial venture. They are good salesmen. I, as a writer, am not in I would not permit myself to be in a position where I am a competitor to a seller of books. So there are two. Poor Amitabh Bachchan went on saying that we should not call Hindi cinema Bollywood, imitating Hollywood. Similarly, we should not have major discussions on whether we feel threatened by English language, literature and this and that, especially those who write in English, Indian writers who write in English, except someone like the one who wrote this trilogy on
Amitabh Ghosh.
Some of them are very good writers. I mean, there is no category like bad, there is no categorical statement from me. I am not making a categorical statement. But majority of them are simply good salesmen. You see their body language. You see how they move about. This is all sales technique. And we must not fall prey to that. We must keep writing. See, a writer doesn't write to sell books. A writer writes to discover, to experience. And a reader also doesn't read to be a part of 10,000 people. I am one of the 10,000 people. When you open a book and read, you are alone with the book. So why? There is one Indian philosophy, it is called Sankhya-vad. Sankhya comes from Sankhya also, numbers. So this number game which is going on must stop.
This is only one point I would like to make.
I think we must close it now and open it up for questions from the audience. Yeah.
Main worry is the young generation migrating and not knowing their mother tongue.
Yeah, absolutely. Everywhere.
Hello. I'm Rita Kothari, Siddharth. It was a huge pleasure listening to you today. So my question is a more general one and it's addressed to the entire panel, which is really the question about the historicity or the historical construction that Matrabhasha is. Right? It has not come up. It came up somewhat indirectly in your discussion. But some of the forms of linguistic nationalism that we have begun to see in the last 100 years or so, some of the ways by which, as Sachi mentioned earlier, linguistic boundaries are more closed now. They have sort of abandoned the kind of porosity they used to have earlier. And even the movement, a certain kind of fluidity that existed between these different languages and exchanges has come down. Do you think any of that has to do with the intensity and the huge sort of cultural and political investment that came to be associated with the idea of the mother tongue, and whether you think this existed, let's say, about 200 years ago? I mean, my own feeling is that you did not see this very long ago. These are some of slightly more recent developments. I would like to know what the panel's thought of this is.
Please. So you use that.
Yeah, it's quite likely that because I believe if you ask Kabir, for example, what your mother tongue is, I don't think he would have a single answer to that. And like many of the poets I mentioned, Vidyapati or Meera, but now we are stuck with that term, the mother tongue. Of course, I am very much for the mother tongue, as everybody, as all of us are, and we love the mother tongue. We want it to flourish and all that. But I do not think that we need to take it in an extremely insular kind of sense. And if you actually believe in the mother tongue, you should also be ready to accept the fact that there are thousands of mother tongues in the country, even in one state. That's what I was earlier referring to, even in the so-called linguistic state.
So because these questions are coming up in Kerala, and I'm sure it's going to coming up in every state. There are so-called linguistic minorities, In Kerala, they have discovered there are at least 21 languages, which is supposed to be a Malayalam the state for a single language called Malayalam. So there are these other languages which are getting othered in the philosophical sense also, and so we should, when we speak of mother tongue, I think we need to be a little more modest about it, a little more open about it, a little more ready to accept also that there are several mother tongues which exist in India and even within your own little territory, which you think belongs to a single particular language. And I am not going into that, because we have always made a kind of clean distinction between the dialect and the language. And I have always said, like somebody said, that a dialect becomes a language when it has an army and a political party. So that is the difference actually. Because you have seen how when some so-called dialects had political parties or strong movements, suddenly they became languages. Look at Bodo or Santali. Perhaps Bhojpuri has more speakers than Bodo or Santali, but Bhojpuri is still a dialect, or at least it has a status of a dialect. So only because these people began to speak out, they had their language armies and language parties, and then they had to be recognized by the state, because it is the muscular one who is recognized, and the weaker one who doesn't really rise up is seldom recognized. So we need to be more open about when we use these words, all right, which we can't do away with these words, but we need to understand we are living in a multiplicity of languages. And when I was I remember when we were in Slovenia, one of the questions that was asked in the Vilenica festival was how did the Indians receive English into, was there resistance? I said, we have been living with thousands of languages, and what does it matter if one more language joins? It was so natural. We are not fighting against English, nor we are going to allow English to dominate us. That is, the question is of domination. And if it can exist as one of the many languages, welcome. We have always welcomed the languages from within India, outside India. People have come with their languages. They have enriched. Persian came, and then we had a whole new language called Urdu. So we have always welcomed the languages, and we have lived with them, and we have been enriched by them. So no harm. Let them write. Let all of us let us not have a battle between English writers forming an army and the so-called Pasha writers forming, being on the other side. No, we don't. I don't think we need to have another Kurukshetra or whatever.
And excuse me. And briefly, Rita. Let me take Gujarat itself. When I go to Kutch, the mother tongue is Sindhi and Kutchi and Gujarati. When I go to my great Rajasthani poet friends, they was Rajasthan. In North Gujarat, Gujarati and Rajasthani, they merge. There is a common mother tongue. Besides, finally, there is also a mother tongue, but there are also maternal aunt's tongue and paternal aunt's tongue also. In India, we live in a joint family rather than nuclear family, and the mother tongue has this dimension to it.
Yeah, as someone there. Yeah.
So how important is the script for a language? What about languages wherein the script has been borrowed from a different language? Like, just to give you an example, Rajasthani, the script which we use is like derived from Devanagari and Hindi. But then, considering all other factors, it's a unique language if you consider the words or proverbs or any other factor which makes a language unique. As Duprajyoti sir said that after independence, when the states were formed on the basis of languages, today Rajasthan in terms of area is the biggest state in India, and we are still struggling to get Rajasthani the official recognition of a language. How important is the script for a language?
Well, if I can respond to that, we have only 15 scripts, whereas we have so many languages in India, and so I don't think we should arbitrarily connect the alphabet, the script with the language. At the same time, the script becomes symbolically extremely important. I say this from the Russian experience. You know, one of the terrible things that was done in the Soviet Union when it was formed was asking people who had so many different languages and different scripts to use the Russian script. And if you go back to, if you look at the various reasons for the dissolution of the Soviet Union, you will find at least one of the reasons there was a kind of seething discontent within the population. See, when I have a script, a Malayalam script, suppose one day I am asked, because there are people who argue like that, that's why I am saying this, that I should write Malayalam in Devanagari. I don't think I will take it lying down. I would definitely stand for the script of the language. So the script is important, but the script is not necessarily the only mark of identity of a language, because the scripts can be shared, like the Devanagari script is shared, among several languages. Scripts can be shared, and so having a script is important. And for languages, and we have lived with languages which have absolutely no script, or which are written in different scripts, like Konkani, for example. Konkani is written in Kannada, in Karnataka, in Malayalam, in Kerala. It has also an Arabic script and a Roman script. So and then there are so many languages which are called tribal languages, which again do not have a script. Some of them are inventing scripts, like Santali. They have invented a new script called Olchiki, and now they are promoting that new script. They created a script, and they are promoting that kind of a script. And the Manipuris are trying to retrieve their old script, and so there are battles going on that around scripts also. So scripts are important symbolically, but that is one identity marker for a language, but not the only one. Scripts are important.
Question from this lady here.
You can also reply. Vivek, they can also respond with camera. I started.
I came in a few minutes late, so I may be just, asking something that you've already talked about. It seems that the panel has been talking about Bhasha, or let's say our different languages, Indian languages, in relation to English. But I think there is another language that is being very consciously being privileged, and that is the so-called national language. So, Hindi. I just wanted to know what is the panel's opinion about Hindi as being privileged over our various other languages.
I would like others to respond, but I just want to make a correction that Hindi is not a national language in any record or any Indian constitutional record. It is called the official language and not the national.
So I said
it's called the
promoted as
official language and not necessarily the national language.
I want to say, see, regarding the previous question, I want to add a little thing. It's about the scripts. As Sachi has said, they are so important symbolically. So when the tribal languages in Assam, they tried to get their scripts, they felt they had to make a distinction with the Assamese script. So they have taken either Devanagari, Boros, or Roman script, Karbis and Missings, and some, like the Deoris, have taken the Assamese script. The question is a political equation within the state again. That's how script taking is important. There will be n number of arguments about which script politically represents the language best. Regarding Hindi, I would say that yes, possibly it is privileged because it is an official language, but see, the sharp Hindi is now just like any other Indian language. The elites are emigrating out of Hindi. Their sons and daughters are no longer going to Hindi schools. They are not speaking Hindi even at home. Just like any other Indian language, no much privilege there except state patronage.
Yeah, I think with this we close this session. Thank you very much for being with us.
We wish to thank our speaker, Rupa Jyoti Barma, Pitanchu Yashastram, K. Sachidanandan, and Vivek Chamba. We begin our next session, Pandemonium, in 15 minutes from now at 1:40.
They are open languages.
Come closer. Come closer.
Brochures are on sale at the information desk. Please grab your copies. All the books of the authors are available at the festival bookshop. Grab your copies so that you can get them signed by the authors.
हेलो चेक चेक ठीक है चेक
We begin our next session in about 10 minutes. But before that, a few quick house rules. Can we please put our phone on silent mode? And if you still need to use it, please go outside the venue and do your conversation and come back. That way we do not disturb the speakers and all the people who are listening to the session. Please do not litter. There are waste paper bags all over the venue. Please use them. Let's keep the venues clean. No flash photography allowed. You're most welcome to take selfies, pictures, please. No flash. Also, please do not leave your bags unattended at the festival. We are unable to take responsibility for any loss. So please take your belongings with you. Lots of goodies up for grabs. Please tweet using ZJLF or hashtag ZJaipurLitFest. The more you tweet, the more points you get. End of each day, we have 10 top tweeters. So tweet and grab a chance to win some prizes, exciting prizes.
The Jaipur Literature Festival is the world's largest free festival of its kind. With daily interactive sessions, lively debate and dialogue, and international music performances every night, it's no wonder the festival attracts nearly 270,000 visitors a year. Since its inception in 2008, JLF has gone international with festivals along the banks of the London Thames and across the pond in Boulder, Colorado. Jaipur Bookmark
We will have to close the doors. Very sorry, but we've met our capacity. We can't have too many more people inside. I hope you will all understand.
Teamwork also promotes the best in Indian theatre through the Mahindra Excellence in Theatre Awards, the only national platform that celebrates all the aspects of the craft from across India. The Going Solo International Theatre Festival is the first of its kind in India, bringing together award-winning single-actor performances from across the globe. While international touring productions such as Bollywood Extravaganza and Bollywood Love Story, a musical, have sold out shows across Europe, Egypt and Russia. Sounds of Freedom, the name says it all. A musical celebration of freedom of expression through workshops and outreach programs, Sounds of Freedom culminates in a live concert broadcast on television and online. The sacred celebrates the spiritual through music, movement and poetry. Teamwork Arts also produces numerous international festivals. These festivals showcase the best that Indian arts and culture has to offer. Teamwork's major nationwide festival is Delhi Live, a weekend carnival in the nation's capital.
Teamwork Arts and Capital Jazz present the Jazz Utsav. This is the definitive
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 9th Zee Jaipur Literature Festival, brought to you by Rajnigandha Silver Pearl, powered by Airtel. We are at Baithak, and we are delighted to introduce Pandemonium. And we've got our speakers, Piyush Pandey and Sohail Seth.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for being here. All Sohail Shwala.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You have Piyush here. We're going to be discussing his new book, Pandemonium, which is available at a 10% premium if you buy it today, because he will also autograph. I mean, that's what all marketing is about. So let me begin by asking Piyush, an illustrious career not yet over, so why the book so soon?
I think my boys were not giving me enough to write in the office. Every time I was going to write an ad, they said, we're going to write it. So I said, may as well write a book. So I was actually cajoled into writing this book by my friend Anand Raglaswamy, who's not here today, and pushed into my house in Goa for 10 days to start it off. There are a lot of things that lots of people you still can't hear me? Hello? Yeah. There are a number of things.
You see, the problem is Piyush doesn't appear on news too often. Otherwise he would be heard.
I'm relaunching the news hour as Windows 2016. 6 windows with 6 guys shouting at each other. So lots of people wanted to know the story. I came from a very different background. I was a cricketer turned into a tea taster and then into an advertising person. So lots of young people wanted to know how the hell did you make it here? So I shared that in the book.
You've obviously seen advertising change a lot. In the good old days, there used to be an emphasis on strategy. Today, with digital, immediacy, with everyone in a hurry, do you think a little bit of the soul has vanished?
I think a lot more of the soul has come. When they were writing too many strategies, they were not writing too many ads. And I think with this lack of time, the researchers have receded into the background so that the creative people can go ahead and do some good work. And it reflects in the work that you see in the 90s and the last 15 years as compared to what we saw in the 80s.
Now, you've been credited a lot with bringing back regional or what I would call linguistic nuances. We lived primarily up until the 1970s, 80s with advertising which was conceived in English even for Hindi. And then you kind of changed it. I remember the work that you did with Suresh Malik on Mile Sur Hamara Tumhara. What do you think was the defining moment for that change? And why was that change necessary in a country of our type?
I think the best thing that happened to me was my date of joining advertising. The year of joining advertising was 1982. And 1982 is when Asiad took place in India and color television came in. And television reached a lot more homes than it did earlier. Now, it was the need of the hour that your messaging, which goes into people's homes, better be in a language that they speak, have the cultural nuances that they relate to, and have the ability to touch them and make them move towards the shops. So I think it was a need of the clients, which the industry took about 7-8 years to realize. And in those 7-8 years, I was able to sneak in. That's what happened.
When you read Piyush's book, you will see there's a great emphasis on family, as there should be. there's great emphasis on the way they used to wake up as children every morning, on the fact that there would be impromptu poetry, even if it was completely unstructured. The fact that language was given a lot of credence and paid a lot of emphasis to. Tell us about those growing up years for people who haven't read the book but will buy it immediately after the session. How are those different from the times you think people grew up in today's world?
I think what was beautiful was my first chapter in the book is called I Was Born in a Creative Factory. We are 9 children, and with my parents included, we were a cricket team to begin with. And lots of emphasis was there on knowing your culture. I have written in the book what I remember from the time I was 5 or 6 years old. My sister Ila, who's sitting here, she got up in the morning, my parents were awake, and she just peeped out of her rajai and said something. So my father created a rhyme around it. He said, चिड़िया चू चू करके बोली, भोर निकल कर आई क्या, भोर निकल कर आई क्या, बिटिया पड़ी बिछौना पूछे अम्मा चाय पकाई क्या. So my father was a poet of sorts. My mother, who had studied only up to class 8, went on and did some self-education and started teaching my sisters when they were doing their masters. So, and all my sisters were into singing, theatre, radio, BBC, the works. So the atmosphere was fantastic. I was the only one who did not have any such talent. I spent all my time playing cricket, so much so that my father once said, "Do you think you're going to eat a bat for a living?" And my father passed away in 1985. 1994, I did the Cadbury's commercial of the girl dancing on the cricket field. And I wanted to tell him, yes, I'm eating a bat for my living. So a lot of learning happened without my realizing. There were 11 of us. I was hanging around playing cricket, but something was going in. And to your question, I think people don't spend much time together. Kids are either on their video games or studying very, very hard. My education was informal education and more through a process of osmosis.
Did it feel inadequate to be born in such a talented family?
Yeah, in a way, yes.
No, I'm just joking.
7 sisters.
I mean, that in itself is not big.
7 older sisters. So lots of people ask me, were you pampered or were you bullied? I don't remember anything. I just remember I had a ball. And I had never heard the word. Now this is a beautiful thing. With so many people in a house which was no more than 800 square foot, I never heard the word privacy from my sisters. Never, ever. Everyone found their space. Everyone was able to live with the others and exchange ideas all the time. So that was the creative factory I was born in.
In the book you also talk about how, and we were part of that run-in at times, with very accomplished people like Baithak, who was, by the way, the director of the board of Ogilvy. There were struggles that you had to go through in order to protect creative doves. How difficult was that when at that point in time the structure was so heavily account management driven? And did you ever feel at times, to help with all this, let me get back to cricket, or bullied by my sisters?
No, I didn't have that. I had this ability of going around them. I was an account management person to begin with, if you remember. Suel, in fact, used to work with me from our Calcutta office. And so I think that 1982 is a very critical time in my life because they did not know any Hindi. So I used to quietly go and do my stuff in Hindi. They didn't understand it, so they didn't argue about it. So I was, and by the time they woke up, some of my campaigns were already popular, So they said, okay, this guy has taken the license by default, let him take it.
Did you feel that even at that time there was a certain elitism?
Hello? You can't hear? Huh?
अरे क्या हो रहा है भैया, हिंदी में बात करिए ना। तो आप कर लीजिए कि हमारे देश है, आपको क्या करना है, अंदर बुलाना है या बाहर बुलाना है? इसमें भी अगर नरेंद्र मोदी को बुलाना है फिर कोई प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी ना।
I'll try and be as loud as I can.
ठीक है।
Suhail doesn't need a mic.
Never. You never did theater. You only had sisters who done theater. Okay, no, come back. Do you believe at that point in time, and I'm talking about the mid-80s, there was always a sense of elitism in advertising. There was always a hierarchy.
Suhail, I was very lucky, and you would recall that. The agency I worked with, Ogilvy and Mather, did not have that problem. If you went to other agencies, they did have that problem. Here, I still remember my managing director telling me on day one that we are a Boy Scout agency. We don't wear ties. We wear bush shirts. And so there was a lot of ease that I was offered, and I enjoyed it.
Now let's get back to some of the personal moments which the book also captures. Which to your mind was the accidental campaign that surprised you completely when was done?
I think it was the girl dancing on the cricket field. I had written it on a flight at the back of a boarding card, and I had no idea that it's going to rock in the country the way it did. Later on, Bharatpur, who's sitting here, went on to be the managing director of Cadbury's. So if you want numbers of chocolates that he sold, he'll be available to you after 220. We sold a lot of chocolates. So that was, I think with hindsight, I can say the most successful thing happened. But what is most emotionally close to me is last year when India was declared polio free. And this is the campaign that I did with Mr. Bachchan for 8 years. So there was no greater feeling.
What to your mind has been emotionally the most disturbing campaign that you have to work on?
I don't really recall anything very disturbing. Now, Suhail, I don't think I had any such moment which disturbed me.
No, I mean disturbing, I don't mean as I mean on an issue that...
For my mother. This is when I did the campaign for anti-smoking. She called me up and she said, I'll give you one rap on your face. Your advertising doesn't even work on you. But I wanted to be left behind. I told her, have you ever seen a halwai eat his own mithai?
Now you've been with advertising for so many years. I'm not even going to ask about succession planning because that's for someone else to worry. What do you think has been the single biggest change when you see young interns walk in today from the time that you walked in as an intern?
I think the biggest change is actually a very happy change. They walk in easy. They walk in with a lot of confidence. They're not scared of anybody. They would walk into my room and say, it's my day one, can I take a selfie with you? They bypass my secretary. So I think this youth and its ability to present itself, and mind you, I'm not saying that they are disrespectful in any fashion, but they're easy with themselves. We were not. We were a bit scared. We were a bit formal. But I think for a creative outfit, it is perhaps the healthiest thing that's happened.
Let's come to a trickier question. What about clients then and clients now?
Well, I should take Bharat Puri as an example. He's been a client of mine all through my career.
Yeah, but Bharat is the exception that proves the rule. So forget Bharat for a while.
No, I think I had a very good run with clients also. I mean, I've written in the book as to how clients went out of their way to be nice to me. Yes, they were a little more logical in the past because India was new to advertising as such. Television was new, so emphasis on research was greater. Nobody knew anything for sure, so they took time to find out. Today, clients have seen success. Clients are willing to take more chances. Clients are willing to give you more liberty. And I think it's a better place to be in from the formal scenario into a scenario where a client says, like I'll give you my experience with Bharat Puri itself out here. I once did an ad during the World Cup, 1996. And Bharat had not even seen the ad. It was a print ad. And I called up Bharat on the phone and described the ad. He said, go ahead and release it. I have never seen that in my life. He saw the ad for the first time in the newspaper.
Come back to the good old days for a bit. There was a certain nazakat, there was a certain tehzeeb, there was a certain flair and aura with advertising. You know, you walked into a client office with a sense of equality. You were treated with as much respect as anyone else. Today, for some reason, the advertising industry in parts has brought upon itself a place which seems to be unequal, where they're willing to jump only mast how high. Why has the industry brought this upon themselves?
I think, Suhail, the answer is, and it would happen in any field, if you are so desperate for business that you will bend backwards. When you bend backwards, you lose respect. When you lose respect, next time he doesn't want to listen to you. So you bend a little more. So I think competition has brought this among people. There are very few who will stand up and walk into a client's office and say, I believe your brand is my brand, and therefore I believe in this idea. And when you have that kind of scenario, you always get better work.
Do you think in the last couple of years, the industry has pulled its weight, to my mind, for national causes? So that's part one. Part two, there are very intelligent people heading advertising agencies and yet working for brands which promote taboos like complexion, fairness of complexion, those issues. To my mind, that is a bit startling. Do you think that's also going to change? And the third, which actually, no, you answer these two and then we'll come to the third later.
I think the industry is taking up a lot of social causes. I personally have worked on hepatitis B, on the entire vaccination program, on Cancer Patients Aid Association, and right now working on National Skills Development Corporation. So the industry is taking up a lot of social work, and a lot of social associations are going to agencies to get better work done. Otherwise, you always got DAVP kind of work, which you look at it and say, he's not even serious about this message. Why should I be serious? So there is a lot of that. Now coming to the tricky one about making social changes, the biggest one that always comes up is the complexion one. And he's a huge client of mine, though I don't handle that brand, so I will duck that one. But if you look at it for the same client, the kind of fantastic work that's happening on Brookborn, bringing communities together, bringing equality into the Love Real Beauty. On the other scenario, this JSW Steel, we did some fantastic work with JSW Steel, the story of Geeta Fogart, the wrestler. So clients are understanding that it's not always about dukandari. You can build a relationship without doing dukandari all the time.
Finally, before we open it out to the audience, today there are evaluation pressures which have gone beyond just the client and research. You're almost giving instant verdicts on social media, on a campaign. There are people who discuss the nuances of your campaign against a social mirror on social media. Do you believe these kind of pressures will dent, to my mind, the truthfulness or the purposefulness of advertising? I mean, if you continue to bend and pander to every nuance in social media under pressure, you won't have true-blooded advertising left anymore.
I think it's so true. This will only happen, Suhail, if we take it all seriously. Social media is not supposed to be taken seriously. I have never taken it seriously. The 20 bad comments I get on a good ad, I know their names also. They think that I don't know their names. But there's a good side to it also, Suhail. Why look at the negative? When a campaign becomes instantly successful, like it has happened 5 days back to me with the Rajasthan tourism campaign that we've launched, it is on fire on social media and on the good fire. So I think it is up to you to take as many comments seriously. Sometimes it can wake you up, and sometimes it can give you a lot of joy.
I just want to finally end with the Rajasthan tourism campaign. To be fair, I haven't seen it. But my worry is that while Vasudha Rajasthan may have a heart in the right place, you will have some joker after who will come in, and I'm not referring to Gaylord, who will want to change everything around. So, do you actually believe these guys allow continuity for campaigns such as these, which deserve continuity?
Absolutely, and I can only pray and wish that this campaign becomes so successful that nobody has the guts to change it. I think that's the only way you can do it. The problem is with governments and even bureaucrats, that when a new person comes in, he wants to put his own stamp. And in the process, you have lost hundreds of crores of investment that you have done on a certain campaign. So I think if you are sincere, I have done this work sincerely for the state that I was born in. I hope somebody takes it seriously and runs it sincerely.
Finally, in the next 15, 20 years, what do you see yourself doing? The book is done, advertising done, cricket you won't play again, I mean, unless you're playing for the veterans or something. Or unless an entire cricket team gets pride and has to move away or something like that. But where do you see yourself in the next 15, 20 years? How do you think, no, on a serious note, for someone who's got so much to give and who's given, do you believe there's a bigger calling in academia? Is there a bigger calling in mentoring young people? Is there a bigger calling in offering free advertising and communication support to all those brilliant startups who can't afford mainline agencies? So when do you see
a bit of all these things, because that's what you are capable of doing. You can motivate, encourage youngsters. You can take up social causes, and you can teach a few people. Apart from that, I plan to chill a lot.
Any big national regret, anything that you think we as a nation have let ourselves down on, anything?
I think there are a number of, I think if you, lots of things are being talked about, but if we look back, this Swachh Bharat should have happened 30 years back. Today we are struggling with it. And that's not such a difficult thing to do. Hopefully it will take off now. Hopefully all of us will become a little more careful. I heard somebody say, please don't litter, so at least let's start here today and not litter anything.
Okay, on that note, I'll open it up to the audience. Now, no. Let me specify the rules of engagement. Please don't offer speeches. Okay? For that, get elected and go to our parliament. Number two, mention your name and briefly the question so that we can get it underway. There's a lady there. Yeah, that's you. Bachelors always begin with ladies. It's good manners. Yes, my dear.
Good afternoon, sir. Big fan of
Good afternoon.
What is your name? You see, in India, if you give instructions, also totally follow them.
My name is Vishaka, and I'm a student of media myself. I did study about it. But my question is, today with social media, we see that advertising is booming. But do you feel that the lifespan of the ad or advertising campaigns in general are reducing? So, how do you think the value? Is there a shift in
I think it's a very good question. Yes, the exposure levels go so high, so early, that you need to refresh it. You need to refresh it. See, gone are the days when you ran your ads on Hindi feature film or Chitrahar. It used to come once a week. Today, if an ad is good, it goes viral like mad. And then...
By the way, is Tabassum alive?
Tabassum?
Not Shahid Kapoor, I mean asking about Tabassum. Oh, see, Shahid Kapoor lottery. Kamal hai yaar, tumhari lottery se ekdam. Who's the Vice President of America? Who's the Vice President of America? What is Hrithik Roshan expecting? यही तो देखा? हाँ भाई, यही तो है। भारत की खासियत यही है लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल में। चलो भैया, बोलो बोलो। That's the beauty of our country. आओ बेटा।
My name is Dharan Agrawal. I just want to know what sense, how do you keep and maintain that new line in the political campaign and the government campaign? What's the line and how do you maintain that line?
Government campaign and political campaign. I think it's very clear that political campaign is paid by a party and government campaign is run by a government. So you have to work through the objective. Now I cannot do the kind of stuff that I did for BJP when I do national skills. So I have to go to their brief. That's very different.
No, one minute. What's now the people with the mics better be a bit quick, huh?
My name is Baithak and I am software professional. I want to suggest government about the Fit India program advertising something which brings the people who are at niche who actually want to understand why Fit India has been planned by government. So what do you suggest Modi government that they should actually advertise something so that people should know okay, something is happening here. Another question is what was wrong with
कोई पधार नहीं रहा था, यही प्रॉब्लम था. From number 5, as an Indian destination, we had gone to number 10. So there is a problem with padaroing. And as far as your skills thing is concerned, I think they have a wonderful website. Go on to that. They're trying to educate people. They're trying to set it up.
Okay, the lady there.
Hi, my name is Zoya. Okay, so I'm a big fan of your work. The dynamic of advertisement has shifted from an older generation to a younger one. How do you think that has personally affected your work?
What is it that you do normally? Yeah, well, you're more animated than Modi is during a campaign.
I think you have to keep pace with the youth. You have to be surrounded by youth. You cannot be younger all over again. So at least have a team of people who can give you information about younger generation. You got to change. You have to adapt.
Hi, I'm Priyanka, and my question is about the medium of advertising. With the digital medium getting a lot of focus and getting a lot of attention from the TG also,
What's TG?
The target audience who we are getting to.
So TG, okay.
So I want to know, is the influence of print going to finally really reduce? What do you think is going to be the...
I think nothing will change. Social will grow. But this question has been asked for the last has been asked for the last 40 years. Will radio disappear? Now see the way radio has come back. Then people said cinema is going to go. Cinema is back with full fire. I think they will coexist. There will always be a space for everybody.
No, what's the question?
My question is, but still, can you go after your after now, 20 years from now? Would you like to work CSR and making a statement by the companies and investing for public reasons?
Okay, let me repeat. What's the question?
And my question stands with corporate social responsibility, and I think you are kind of a person that work on this.
Okay, let me say this again. What's your question to him?
My question is, this man, as you rightly said, that 20 years from now, he wants to do something. Your age is very corporate social responsibility can be area which you have worked a lot of contacts with the company.
In fact, I have answered this question earlier, that I would like to do a lot of social causes. So if there's a client who wants me to do CSR activity, I would love to do it.
Okay, the lady there. I love your headgear.
I think you have to remind yourself that as per our culture and our literature, we are supposed to have navrasas or 9 emotions, which we experience every day. Sometimes you smile, sometimes you cry, sometimes you are moved by something. I think you have to move on with this thing and pray to God like mad that you get a good idea.
Hello, sir. Sir, Modi ji Lahar, how become an idea and why?
You should ask Mr. Modi, because I did not create the Lahar, I only rode it.
बेटा सोच सोच के पूछो प्रश्न तुम लोग भी हवा में की बात कर रहे
I think you'll always find some good ads and you'll always find a lot of kachra. Personally, I don't think that any standards have gone down. No, because I can take you back to 1980s and show you that 80% of the stuff was singing Nirma, 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 washing powder Nirma. Now that at least somebody's trying.
Yeah.
I think people sometimes can be difficult, people can be nice. If people are not so nice, you try and convert them. I've seen that happen. Yes, once a multinational client with a Goan marketing head asked me, I wrote something, he said, ab kisi Hindi writer se likhwa ke lao. So you find those also.
I was exposed to Rajasthan for the last 32 years. And first off, I would like to thank you for giving me a chance. And going my question is this.
Where are you?
I am here.
Thoda ho gaya.
From where did you get the ideas like Chandra?
From the Bata shop on MI Road. If you went to Bata shop, when I was a kid, उसमें एक लाल रंग का घोड़ा होता था, with a spring. We used to sit on that and keep saying, "चल मेरे घोड़े, चल मेरे घोड़े." So I said the relationship of a Luna owner is the same. So I made it "चल मेरी Luna."
I got the idea from From
what?
From Jaipur.
Hey?
in your childhood?
नहीं, बाटा शॉप, I promise you.
यार वो आपको बोलने कहाँ से आइडिया मिला, आप अपने दे रहे कि राजस्थान बदलेगा भी आइडिया देगा।
What? This is out of respect for women. They'll feel left out.
Come on. What is your view on the liabilities of celebrity endorsements?
I definitely don't think that they should be held responsible because they are not the guys who make those products. I was very upset when people created a lot of fuss about going after Madhuri Dixit or Mr. Bachchan. That is nonsense. I mean, how will if a car goes wrong, a nut or bolt goes wrong, then you will hold me responsible. I did not make the car, yaar.
Okay.
Many questions wrapped in one. Let me take them one by one. See, if you give me a fact, I learn. If you give me a truth, I believe. If you tell me a story, you grab me. That's why I tell stories. And your second question was?
Why do French people and salary admins talk about confidence in women?
Well, that's what women told us.
In research, women like you were part of a focus group. Chalo.
उसमें उसके पीछे एक हर अच्छे काम के पीछे एक क्लाइंट नाम की वस्तु होती है और उनकी आप में एक बिलीफ होती है और वो आपको लाइसेंस देते हैं। तो पीडीलाइट से ज़्यादा लाइसेंस मुझे आज तक किसी ने नहीं दिया है। सो द प्रेशर इज ऑन मी एंड होपफुली we will continue to deliver the same quality of work. Mr. Parikh and Bharat Puri, the new MD is sitting here. He doesn't leave me, he's with me like Fevicol. Thank you. आप यहाँ पहुंचे हुए हैं ना, मैं औरों को बुला रहा हूँ यहाँ। You are already here, settled. You have to look after those who come in. No, I think Rajasthan has never seriously advertised tourism. Never seriously advertised tourism. This is the first time that in a very professional fashion, the campaign has been made, and we want to make the campaign a little more youthful. So you see a lot of youngsters being featured there. There is a coolness about the ads. We want Rajasthan not to be dated. What is known about Rajasthan is known. What is new about Rajasthan will surprise you. And therefore the line, जाने क्या दिख जाए.
Chalo, last question to this gentleman here.
See, it was easy for David Ogilvy to do that. He had the money to buy a Rolls Royce. Now, if I advertise a Rolls Royce, I would love to use my client's product. I won't have the money. But to answer your question seriously, I think you must at least use the product that you are advertising. Not always, but you should have experienced. It's difficult for me to try out sanitary napkins, but by and large, if it's relevant to you, you must try.
Okay, last question.
Hi, Namit.
I wanted to know your take from fairness view. There are few ads that appear to be more repressive and repulsive. Something like this advice on my mind in a rocket is somebody else, Puri Nazar Lagne Se Bachara Hai, or
Which TV channel do you see?
I think that is not correct, and TV channels should not accept such ads. I will not be able to control it around the country, but if a TV channel says I don't take this kind of nonsense, then it will not be there.
Start watching Discovery Channel. Might change your worldview. Okay, last question. That's it.
Hi, Tina.
The slogan should be from now on, tell piss to piss off.
I think so. I think the opportunity will come. See, good thing is that it's top of mind with India right now. So I'm sure there'll be opportunities, whether it's me or somebody else. Somebody should take up and take this as a campaign that will be in your top list for the rest of your life. It'll come. It will come. I promise you.
In fact, you can even reduce it to piss off, means off with it. On that very fluid note, may I end this session by thanking Piyush and thanking a wonderful audience, and I hope you have a good day.
Thank you, Suhail, and thank you all for being patient and kind to me. Thank you very much.
We wish to thank